कॉन्फिडेंस वाला बैकड्रॉप कर दीजिए।
आपने क्या
स्टेज में लाइट रहने दीजिए बिकॉज
स्टेज में लाइक
स्टेज में लाइट है। No, not this. कॉन्फिडेंस वाला जो बैकड्रॉप है ये बैकड्रॉप कर दीजिए।
I will
So I'll start. A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We would like to begin the conference now. I'll request you all to put your phones in silent once we start with the sessions. So this conference is titled Entrepreneurship as a Social Movement, Engaging Citizens with Institutions for Entrepreneurial Outcomes. The conference is very unique in its kind because it calls on one platform senior academicians, policy planners, senior bureaucrats, researchers, and last but not the least, the practitioners who with their efforts are changing the landscape of entrepreneurship and making it a reality and adding value every day. So we would like to begin the conference by remembering Einstein. He said that education is not the learning of facts, but the training of the mind to think. This conference is an attempt to train our minds to think in innovative ways where we can come up with solutions to target and address social maladies in a very inclusive way. So I would like to welcome on stage some very esteemed dignitaries who will light the lamp and inaugurate the conference. So I would like to call on stage Professor Shurojit Ghosh, Acting Director of IIT Jodhpur. You can please put your hands together for the dignitaries. Mr. Amitabh Bhattacharya, Founder Director, Contact Base. Dr. G.S. Toteja, Chief Executive Officer, Jodhpur City Knowledge and Innovation Foundation. Professor J. Mitro, Professor of Business Enterprise and Innovation, University of Essex. Dr. Harish Hande, co-founder of Selco Foundation. Mr. Shantanu Bhonjo, operating partner, the Convergence Foundation, and special advisor to chairperson at Ashoka University. Dr. Lalit K. Panwar, retired IAS and chairperson of Vivekananda Global University and ex-secretary Tourism, Government of India. And finally, Dr. Josna Jha, Center for Budget and Policy Studies, Director of Bangalore. I'll now request the dignitaries to please light the lamp and inaugurate the conference. Thank you, and we will request the esteemed guests to please take their seats. So, this conference actually brings together two words which are very important and perhaps in the first time in history brought together. The two words are entrepreneurship and movement. When we talk about movement, we talk about those collective efforts which are destined to change the world and to bring a new dawn. Entrepreneurship, on the other hand, has immense value and transformative potential to bring a new social setup and by adding value, which includes everybody from the grassroots and which actually works for everybody. So we bring these two words in the session, and with the insights of the deemed speakers, we are getting encouraged to devise a relationship between these two words and walk towards making a pathway where entrepreneurial movement will not just be a discussable topic, but a reality which everybody can practice. So now I would like to call upon stage the primary organizing members and request them for the welcoming address. So please allow me to call on stage again Professor Shurajit Ghosh, Acting Director, IIT, Mr. Amitabh Bhattacharya, Founder Director, Contact Base, Dr. G.S. Toteja, Chief Executive Officer, JCKIF, and Professor J. Mitro, Professor of Business and Enterprise and Innovation, University of Essex. So ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for the guests. So I will now request Professor Ghosh to come and address the audience and tell them what the conference is all about.
Dr. Lolit Panwar, Vivekananda, a Global University, Professor J. Mitra, University of Essex, Dr. Haris Hande, Selco, India, Mr. Amitabh Bhattacharya, Contact Base, and his colleagues, Dr. Jyotsna Jha, Center for Budget and Policy Studies, Dr. G.S. Toteja, Jodhpur City Knowledge Innovation Foundation, guests from various institutions across the country, member of the press, citizens of Jodhpur, faculty and staff members, my dear students, and all the members of organizing committee. Our director, Professor Santanu Chaudhary, who is the one of the architects of this conference, had to travel for a day on account of an urgent meeting. On behalf of the Institute, it gives me great pleasure this morning to extend a warm welcome to all gathered here for the 3-day conference, Entrepreneurship as a Social Movement. In this occasion, I would like to highlight that IIT Jodhpur is engaged in various prestigious projects. One of them is a MedTech program, which is medical technology program primarily focusing for the kind of development of medical technology-based devices. And this program engaged with the AIMS Jodhpur and IIT Jodhpur, where we can give degree in 3 categories: masters and PhD. And this program has a direct societal impact. This conference is a reaffirmation of IIT Jodhpur's commitment towards research, innovation, and entrepreneurship, which can aid social transformation. As an institutional citizen of the state of Rajasthan and of our nation, it is IIT Jodhpur's duty to join hands with the citizen artisans to protect our cultural heritage and the various folk traditions that touch the life of millions. At the same time, in this conference, we will discuss innovative business models and technological advancements which can deliver social equity to our citizen artisans. Let's join hands in this interesting, complex, and novel issue. Once again, on behalf of the Institute, I warmly welcome all of you and wish every success of this event. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Shurajit Ghosh. Now, I would like to call upon stage Mr. Amitabh Bhattacharya, Founder Director, Contact Base, to talk about the conference, our Contact Base's partnership with the esteemed institution and JCKIF, and to also give a brief background of what entrepreneurship can actually transform reality. Here to you, sir.
Good morning, friends. It's a real pleasure to be at IIT Jodhpur. What a fantastic campus. Here, there are many of us who are alumni of IIT Kharagpur. So way back in 89, 90, we passed out. I'm 89, 85, 89. Few of my co-panelists here are 90. It's really an honor to be at IIT Jodhpur along with so many esteemed guests and our friends. So I would like to first thank all the speakers who have come here because they have taken their time off and been here. Thank you, Dr. Pawar. Thank you, Dr. Jha. Thank you, Premlata. Thank you, Professor Mitra. Thank you, everybody. Thanks for this opportunity to me to talk about this. You know, this conference is an extension of our 22 years of work. For the last 22 years, we have been working in rural India in creating artists' livelihood. The three major steps that we focus on is basically building capacity, linking the artist directly to the market, and thirdly, doing a lot of exchange collaboration. We also plant village festivals celebrating the traditional art of that place. These simple steps, if you actually think, it basically promotes art, artists, and village. Now, take the spectacle of art off. Take a spectacle of a local area research. When you visit a place which is marginalized, which is poor, then we need to find out what causes poverty. Because the villages in India, where you have agriculture, where you have industry, they are not poor. But the villages which have neither of them are poor. So then all I wanted to look 22 years back, what local resource they have. And I saw they have a resource called their traditional art and culture, which is their passion. All we did is tweak their passion to profession. I did not teach Kalbelia to Kalunathji. we did not teach Langa music to Barnawa Jagir. But when we visited Salabas 3 years back, we understood that 34% of the money is taken by agents. So all we did is connected them to market directly. And that's why from 8 active artists, now there are 60 active artist families. And this time, even Kamala Devi National Award went to an 18 years old boy lives in Salavas. This is the first time Ashin Khan Langa, a fantastic Sindhi Sarangi artist of Barnawa Jagir, who was facing acute poverty, has received the fantastic award, Aga Khan Music Award, and he shared the stage with Ustad Zakir Hussain. Imagine. So this is what their talent is all about. So when we look for the local resources, people ignore that urban educated class have a tendency to ignore the culture because many a times we think it is an evening chat with our cocktail. We need to overcome that. Culture is a very important part of our life. Culture can actually take people out of it. And even please don't think it's an Indian problem, it's a global problem. 2004, when we started working on the artists, the word of SDG was not there. So when we that time talked of culture as a vehicle for development, that time globally people used to think we are wasting our time. It's a very important understanding that you need to think where the niche is because that is the job of an entrepreneur. Entrepreneurship is not doing business. Entrepreneurship is solving a problem. Social entrepreneurship and entrepreneurship not be two big differences. No. Because that's where, as Karl Marx said, that generate resources, then share it. But that is sharing maybe with the social entrepreneurship. But entrepreneurship also basic thing, generate resources, solve the problem. So unless we generate resources, then how it will happen? And how you generate resources? Think of the local resources. Because every time you just can't think somebody from Japan will come and solve our problem. Forget it. That will never happen. Son of the soil has to do the problem, he has to solve the problem. And when I'm saying son of the soil, please don't think I'm talking about the son. Means the person of the soil has to. Because here we have a fantastic case, Prem Lata Punia, who comes from Ganganagar, 10 kilometers from the border, and she has started Hamari Lado, because this is very important to understand. Rajasthan, Western Rajasthan has a quite poor education amongst the children, especially the female members. And here she is, what a bright case study, and so she will be speaking in the next one. So she is actually the Kalpana Chawla of Rajasthan, of India. So salute Premlata Punia and thank Premlata for joining us in this conference. And when we were entering, we saw that all the artists stood up and they gave a beautiful musical ovation to Dr. Lalit Pawar. Why? Because Dr. Lalit Pawar is a person who has created very important contribution, and that's called Kalakar Colony. So all the artist communities got benefited. So, this sort of contribution, this is an entrepreneurship issue. So this is very important to identify local resources, use it to the maximum, to the benefit of the people. And that's why when the other sessions also we were thinking, when Professor Chaudhary, who is, unfortunately, he's not here because of a very important meeting, he had to go to Bangalore, but Professor Shantanu Chaudhary mentioned technology for social equity. I wish now onwards India thinks everything for social equity, because then only we will be able to be the real developed country. That's the only way we have to. I think microphone got excited by the fact that social equity will be there even in the microphone. Because I think this is very important part that we need to understand, that if so many educated people, so many fantastic brains join together, I mean, how many days we will keep on benefiting Amazon? Let's do it, Amazon also, but let's do it the rural way also. We don't need to copy New York to Rajasthan. We can ensure Rajasthan gets copied in Florida. I think that's the role, identifying the local resources, ensuring citizens research, ensuring citizen entrepreneurship is the way forward. We have done it, and we are so happy this year Harvard Business Review has actually taken our case, and they have done it. So if HBR can take up our case as their business case study. Now, worldwide people will need to know that it's not art and culture, it is local resources. So we have, if you look at the village next to the IIT Jodhpur, in the last few days, we have done a study also on our own, and there, interestingly, the entire villagers, they were grateful to IIT because one, they got a job. Secondly, they are the very important stakeholder. And thirdly, the contribution of IIT indirectly to them is immense. And another very important here, their aspiration goes up, because we have to keep aspiration of the young communities in mind, because that's, be it in Bankura or in New York, it can actually be the same, because it's WhatsApp. So, with this short note, again, thank you. Citizens, research, and entrepreneurship. Entrepreneurship as a social movement. I think that's something that we have to achieve, and we thank you all for being with us in this fantastic conference that will be held for next 3 days. Be with us. I can assure the students you will not be wasting your time. I can assure the YouTube listeners that it might be one of those that you are waiting for. Thank all the great speakers who will be with us, and thanks all the friends. Dhanyavad.
Thank you, Mr. Bhattacharya. We'll now like to call upon stage Dr. G.S. Toteja, CEO of JCKIF, to share the mission and vision of JCKIF and also their immense contribution in giving a practical shape to this endeavor. Please, sir.
Thank you, madam. Namaskar, respected dignities on dais, respected dignities among audience, respected experts, respected faculty, students, and other colleagues. Jodhpur City Knowledge and Innovation Cluster is one of the 6. Move नहीं कर रहा आपका ये slide. JCKIC, Jodhpur City Knowledge and Innovation Cluster, is one of the 6 clusters approved by the Government of India. Other clusters are in Delhi, Hyderabad, Bhubaneswar, Pune, and Bangalore. These clusters were formed on the recommendation of Prime Minister's Science, Technology and Innovation Advisory Council. Jodhpur cluster was sanctioned by the Office of Principal Scientific Advisor to the Government of India in year 2020. To sustain the activities of Jodhpur cluster, Jodhpur City Knowledge and Innovation Foundation, a Section 8 company non-profit, was formed in March 2021. The main objective of JCKIF is to provide a platform for linkages among academic institutions, research and development organizations, national and international research laboratories, government agencies, NGOs, industries for systematic and sustainable development of Jodhpur city and adjoining areas. Our mission is to enable growth of knowledge-based innovation ecosystem, to support growth of enterprises in the emerging areas of technology, inclusive economic growth for practitioners of traditional trades, environmental sustainability and conservation of traditional trades, facilitate efficient management of city utilities, skilling initiatives for enhancing employability of local youth. And our vision is to be a catalytic agent, knowledge and innovation driven, inclusive and sustainable growth of Jodhpur and its adjoining areas. As on now, we have been working on 6 verticals. One is the medical technology, craft project, water and environment, art design, governance, and artificial intelligence of things innovation hub. In the context of today's conference, I will talk a little more about the craft project and very briefly about other verticals. The objective of Project Craft is to infuse science and technology in traditional handicrafts by developing digitization system and techniques for traditional designs, and to create a craft lab and museum utilizing technologies such as AR, VR, and providing livelihood incubation to craft persons. The principal investigator and leadership is of Dr. Sankal Pratap, Dr. Rajendra Nagar, Dr. Vohra, and other colleagues. Now you are aware that the Indian export market of handicraft is now in 2022 is around 33,000 crore. And when it was started in 1986 data which we have, it was just 386 crore. From 386 crore, we reached to 33,000 crore. And it is expected that by 2028, this will be 51,000 crore. And I would like to mention here that 1/3 of the export of the craft from India is from Rajasthan only. And 50% of the export of Rajasthan is from Jodhpur only. And there is, domestic market also, but we do not have figure of domestic market sale. But as with talking with number of people, I can say that around more than 20,000 crore business of domestic market also. So in JCKIF, because it is providing a platform to the various organizations of CT, so we have signed MOU with number of institutes, almost all institutes of Jodhpur and adjoining area, IIT, AIMS, ICMR Institute, ICR Institute, Ministry of Environment Institute, and also our co-organizer today, Contact Base, we also have MOU with them also. Now, when we started the project craft, so we started need assessment workshops. Number of workshops were identified. So we understand what is the requirement of these local artisans. We also approached to this community. We, myself, number of our colleagues, Dr. Sankalp and his team, our director himself, we visited and talked to these artisans that what is your expectations from IIT and JCKIF. After a lot of discussion, as we knew, that main issue, especially of this unorganized sector, is marketing. whatever products they are making with a lot of efforts with limited resources, you see, how to market it. This was the main issue. Some issues about raw materials also, like, if it's the wooden craft, so they are getting wood from the Madhya Pradesh in Gujarat. They don't have local wood to make the sofas and other things. And leather, they're getting from Chennai and Kanpur. These are the issues which we have been addressing. With respect to design, we have a partner NIFT, and NIFT has been helping us along with our Dr. Sankalp and his team. Then, you see, if these products are there in the market, so people should buy also. So we made the efforts that to sensitize the community by our own products, to create awareness among the community. So a lot of efforts were made. Some of the efforts I would like to mention here is one bone and horn craft exhibition was organized in July 2020. Then we organized another Udbhas exhibition and craftathons in September 2020. Honorable Minister Shekhawat inaugurated it. Then again, we are in collaboration with the Ministry of Textile, we organized another exhibition in February 2023. And you can see Dr. Rao, the former director of IIT Delhi, and now Vice Chancellor of Pilani, inaugurating it. And then moving to the main issue is the e-commerce platform. This is very important. And we had taken a lot of action about that e-commerce, and we are about to start this thing. And as Bhattacharya said that you have Amazon, so we are coming with kalaanubhav.com now. So we also develop a software. The software will help the local artisans to reach to unreached. And for this software, you see, we will show you a 2-minute software after my presentation. So we have also established a physical museum also in JCK office. If you get the time, please do visit that. Then another important in this area, you see, project which we got from the Government of India, Department of Science and Technology, and that is to Science and Technology Innovation Hub. And that is under the scheme of promoting science, SC and ST community of our country. So this project, which we will initiate now, the working on this, Dr. Anand is the leader of this project and other colleagues there. The objective of this project is to design and implement techno-social intervention in the current livelihood systems of the SC/ST community and create practical, long-lasting solutions for better future. The districts which we are covering now are Jodhpur, Bikaner, Barmer, Jaisalmer, and Nagaur. And as you know, these communities, your SC/ST communities of our Rajasthan, they are traditionally involved in many things like animal waste management, rope making, pond construction, etc. So what IIT is going to do is to upscale their skill, and therefore your capacity building workshops will be organized. And what is expected of this project is technology dissemination to resource poor sections of the society, capacity building of SC and ST communities, local manufacturing and installing of ultrafilter and other water filtration system in the different geographical locations across these 5 districts, skill more than 3,000 people in the region with the livelihood-based technology which can provide an entrepreneurship boost in this community. Now, we have another project, vertical, that is medical technology. So when we talk about the devices again have big market. We talk about devices, devices will be implanted by doctors. Who will make them? Engineers. So we have started a unique course. We're putting engineers and doctors together, this master PhD program, jointly by IIT Jodhpur and AIMS Jodhpur. And also we have we have been working on medical devices park also for common facility center. And we have another activity in IUTech. And this vertical's PI is Professor Ghosh, Professor Surjit Ghosh, who is acting director today. And under his leadership, we have been working on this in this area. Now, as I said, the medical devices market in 2022 data, latest data say 87,000 crore is the market. And out of 87,000 crore, 80% we are importing. Only 20% we are producing here. So if you work very aggressively in this area, so we can save a lot of foreign exchange also, and a lot of people can get the job also. So this is what we have been working in this direction. And then what we have achieved so far under the leadership of Professor Sujit Ghosh, there's one program which we have, MMT program. 58 students are registered. First batch is passed out. 6 startups, 5 patents, 2 design, copyrights, 4 direct grants, etc. and many more things. Other vertical which we have is water and environment. And the number of studies are going on. Some of them is on gravity-based clay ceramic water filters, advanced wastewater treatment, air quality monitoring, smart grade water supply. And recently, the Honorable Minister of Jal Shakti, Sheikh Hawajid, inaugurated Center for Sustainable Drinking Water. The main objective is capacity building. Now, another vertical which we have artificial intelligence or other things. The objective is to create sustainable and advanced ecosystem with facilities for end-to-end design, development, prototyping, and pilot production of AIoT. This is in collaboration with the government of Rajasthan. I'm happy to tell you that government of Rajasthan's cabinet recently approved this joint venture, and we will get around 70 crore rupees grant from the government of Rajasthan. This has been approved. Now, another two verticals are Thar design to understand the ecology of the Thar, and I-governance vertical where we'll help the city administration for management of traffic and crime. Certain new initiatives which JCKIF has taken. One, we have been talking about the hydrogen production. The cabinet has recently sanctioned 20,000 crore rupees for that. So production of hydrogen, storage and transport, the issues where we are also trying in from IIT. Then this is a workshop which we had in the green hydrogen. And the most important activities which we have now started IP facilitation center, you see. The objective of this center is to create an ecosystem to meet IPR needs of all the stakeholders, develop, protect, and promote IP marketing, and stimulate innovation by providing a favorable atmosphere for all the stakeholders, industries, startups, and innovators. And the man behind this is Professor Ganguly, sitting in the audience. Thank you very much, sir, for your cooperation and help to us. And number of workshops under the leadership of Professor Ganguly have been organized. These are the names of these workshops. And the another activities which we have started is skill development program for electronic system and other things which we have started. And this is our Honorable Chief Minister recently visited the stall of IIT Jodhpur. So IIT's work and JCKI work was highly appreciated by the Honorable Chief Minister. And then finally, you see the ecosystem of JCKI. IIT is the main. Around IIT, there are 4 IIT promoted companies which we have. JCKIF is one, then TISC, IIT Technological Park, and iHub. So we are collaborating with each other, helping each other, and also connected with the academic institution, state government, etc. And these are our partners. Thank you very much. Show a couple of minutes film software. JCKIF is only facilitated. So as Bhattacharya is told that, you see, instead of Amazon, we'll have our own. So we'll facilitate the unorganized sectors artisans here. And with IP, you see, we'll be more powerful. Just 2-3 minutes.
The digital world of Bone and Horn welcomes you, where upcycled bone fragments come together to create stunning artifacts. Interactive displays, stories of the people behind the craft, and a gallery view of exclusive products and much more awaits you here.
So we thank Dr. G.S. Toteja and JCKIF for their very important and innovative ventures. I will now like to call upon stage Professor J. Mitro, Professor of Business Enterprise and Innovation, University of Essex. Sir is actually a pioneering figure in citizens entrepreneurship and research, which happens to be the theoretical paradigm of this entire conference. And he will be actually talking about and giving meaning, purpose, and explaining the structure of the entire conference. So here to you, sir.
Thank you, Sneha, and good morning, Namaskar. Um, I would like to come back to the main purpose and theme of the conference. Um, Let me start in a spirit of cooperation and collaboration and recall the first time I met Amitabh, I think, was 2016, if I'm not mistaken, in Kathmandu. And I think we built a bond very quickly. I call him soul brother now, and his entire team of banglanatak.com as a soul community of entrepreneurship, innovation, creativity, etc. And since that time, everything that we have done has been not only collaborative, not only with the objective of gaining something of value, but also of ensuring that there is some degree of continuity. It is very easy to develop an idea for a project. It is very simple to construct something new and then to demolish it, even if you don't do it yourself. In other words, allow the whole thing to sort of drift away and actually have no purpose in life. But we, I think, strove right from the beginning to ensure that a degree of continuity meant that we would continually reinvent, re-innovate, and be entrepreneurial in everything that we do. And the reason why we are here today to have this conference on entrepreneurship as a social movement in conjunction with our key partners host, the IIT Jodhpur, is with the idea of building something that we've already done before, but adding something of value and something which is new and innovative for the future. So my thanks indeed to Amitabh and his team at Banglanatak, and to IIT Jodhpur and everybody who has been involved in the organization of the conference. So what are the two things that we have built our interest as far as this conference is concerned? The first is going back again to the point that I made, that this is not the first time that we have constructed this phrase, entrepreneurship as a social movement. This is the second time. But we are doing it with a difference. The first time we did it was to explore the concept because it was raw, it was new, It was nothing that we knew much about, excepting purely in terms of an idea. But we wanted to ensure that we asked questions about entrepreneurship, what it means, how it adds value to society. It's a term which is used globally all the time. You will not find a single politician in any country who is committed to achieving something for the nation not talk about entrepreneurship. But I wonder how much they actually mean in terms of their understanding of entrepreneurship as it rolls out in society. So the first job was to ask questions about it. The second was to say that to what extent do we think entrepreneurship as we know it actually affects the lives of people in society? And I'll come to that in a minute. So that was the first point that on which we wanted to build up this kind of sort of idea. The second one, which is kind of underpins the development of this conference, is what Sneha mentioned, the Citizen Entrepreneurship Project, something that I've started with partners in Germany, in Poland, in UK, of course, in South Africa, and most notably in India. And we are extending it, hopefully, in the near future to other countries. This is actually asking the same question about entrepreneurship. What is entrepreneurship for, and who is it for? If you actually look at how we define entrepreneurship, we find that essentially we do not have answers to those questions that I've actually asked. Some time ago, a great American writer, literary figure, actually wrote, Susan Sontag, her name, she made a remarkable statement, is that every decade or so, we need to reinvent ourselves as a nation, as a state, as a region, as a community, as an individual. We need to reinvent ourselves. And we need to reinvent ourselves not only to stop becoming stale, but actually to ask questions for which there may not be many answers, but actually ask questions about what is it that we are trying to do and what impact and value does it have beyond ourselves. So when we look at entrepreneurship and try and use this word so easily that everybody will become an entrepreneur, the answer is absolutely no. Everybody will not become an entrepreneur. It is not possible. If you look at the prevalence rate of entrepreneurial activity globally, it's roughly varies between 8 to 15% across the nations. That is 8 to 15% of the populations as a whole are actually being identified as entrepreneurs or being entrepreneurial. This term encompasses the fact that entrepreneurship means starting a business or a social enterprise, but essentially an individual or a team effort to buy and sell goods in the marketplace. And perhaps, if you are kind enough or good enough, to extend the scope of that for the benefit of the wider community you serve. Now, if you adopt this interpretation, which is the essentially interpretation coined in the first instance in North America, if you adopt and take this interpretation, then the chances are that you'll find that only a very small percentage of people are actually involved in it. In other words, it becomes an elitist function. What it also means is that the capabilities that people have for being entrepreneurial, in other words, who are not currently entrepreneurs, people who have not started a business, people who have not started a social enterprise, are generally disregarded or regarded as being unentrepreneurial or non-entrepreneurial. Now, this to me is a huge fallacy and completely ignores and insults the origins of the concept of entrepreneurship and the meaning of entrepreneurship as essentially coded by the godfather of entrepreneurship, the economist Joseph Schumpeter, first in Austria and then in the United States. And his vision, and indeed the vision of many others who have been following that particular thought process, is that entrepreneurship means much, much more than just starting a business. And if you were to follow that kind of linear thinking, start a business, go for an IPO, get involved in new kinds of CSR, reach out to the community, and that'll be it. Entrepreneurship, in terms of how Schumpeter conceived, was possible in all fields and walks in life, in all types of organizations, small, large, public, social, all forms of, by ensuring that there were adequate numbers of people with a mindset which translates in the great economist Amartya Sen's terms as capabilities. In other words, not only the mindset of individuals, it does not just depend on the individual, it depends on the construction of society that we enable people to achieve their aspirations, the capabilities that they need to have. You can educate as many people as you like, you can train as many people as you like, but they are not necessarily going to be fulfilling their aspirations, especially in entrepreneurial terms. And therefore, you need capabilities and structures which enable people to achieve the ends that they wish to achieve. So this form of reinvention, which goes beyond mindset, through also looking at the wider ecosystem and whether it has the capabilities for bringing together the aspirations and the interests of people with an entrepreneurial mindset to achieve the things that they wish to do in the wider ecosystem, is essentially a different kind of construct for entrepreneurship. And to do that, one of the things that we have to think about whenever we think of the term innovation, this is also another thing which people have forgotten about, that when you talk about entrepreneurship, people do not refer to innovation. There's no point talking, everybody can start a business. Anybody essentially can effectively start some kind of business operation. But the chances of that actually lasting, the chances of actually that growing into something useful, is not necessarily achievable easily, unless you actually look for something innovative. The creation of something new, whether that be in the product itself, in the process, in the technology that you use, in the way that you reach out into the market, and in the way that you can organize yourself. For example, today, we do not hierarchical organizations. In other words, companies, structures that we find today are no longer deemed valid. Why did Google start another new company called Alphabet? Why have most organizations around the world dropping the idea of corporate structures as we know it and relying more on small, flexible network type operations, entrepreneurial movements of organizations? So innovation here is no longer essentially about just producing something new technologically. It's about driving innovation as a social good. So it's a different interpretation of looking at innovation as a social good. This combined with what I mentioned about capabilities leads to what we are talking about, enabling a wider community of people. And if that were to be achieved, then we could have something which resembles a social movement. And as a social movement, we need to involve citizens. There is no point just talking in terms of the rights and responsibilities of citizens. It is also about realizing their creative potential in the best possible way. So that's why we're looking at entrepreneurship and innovation as a social movement. And finally, in terms of how we have designed this conference, it is to look at the major instruments that are necessary, perhaps, but through discussion with you, about how we achieve entrepreneurship as a social movement. By first looking at answering that question itself, second, by looking at the networks that people can establish. All good entrepreneurs rely on networks. Do not believe that entrepreneurship is a solo achievement of people. There is not a single example anywhere in the world, and it's not just me telling you as a researcher in that field, but many others who actually say that without networks, without social networks, entrepreneurs do not actually succeed. So networks means being able to operate within ecosystems, within environments which allow for different organizations, different people to connect with each other with a view towards achieving something which is dynamic and eventful. So that's why we have a session on networks, ecosystems, and dynamics. We are focusing attention particularly on an industry here, the next, which is on tourism, and looking at how social innovation involving citizens in the design of future tourism and the creation of tourism outcomes can be explored. Thirdly, we have a session on technology. Technology does not mean high technology. We are talking in terms of anything that we need to use in order to be able to make the change possible. And finally, sorry, we have two more. Of course, in order to build capabilities, we need to have appropriate public policy in place. Because without adequate public policy, and there's no point in simply designing policy, but without adequate policy, we cannot essentially have functions. And finally, we will come back to the session on citizen entrepreneurship as we have developed it, so that we can help to achieve something in India and beyond as far as this conference is concerned. But my final point is none of this is going to happen if we do not do this with you. And therefore, we have expectations. And one of the most interesting things I notice every time I attend any conference is how most people get seated on the left of the conference hall. I do not know why. So we have a job to do. We have a job to try and ensure that there is sufficient kind of proliferation of people both on the left and the right. I don't mean politically. I mean in terms of essentially ensuring that there is a place for everyone to participate here. We have to do it with you, and we hope that you will have sufficient questions and sufficient issues with which to discuss opportunities over here. So thank you very much indeed. Thanks.
Thank, thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. And we can actually see it practically happening. People are actually shifting towards the right, politically not, of course. So now I will actually like to call upon stage Dr. Srijan Sengupta for the national anthem and request you all to please rise.
Hello. Yeah. जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल बंग विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्छल जलधि तरंग तब शुभ नामे जागे तब शुभ आशीष मागे गाहे तब जय गाथा जन गण मंगल दायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे थैंक यू
Thank you, Srijan. And now we will actually move outside for the tea break. and then return back around 11:30 when our first session commences. Thank you.
This is safe. I think no one will come to the back. इंजीनियर कहाँ गया विक्रम वही है इसमें डिले यहाँ से और इसमें एक स्विच चाहिए था नहीं सुनिए ये माइक यूनिडायरेक्शनल है कि ओमनी डायरेक्शनल यूनिडायरेक्शन है कि डायरेक्शनल है कि ओमनी डायरेक्शनल ठीक है अच्छा काम किया डिले ऐसे एक शब्द बोलने से तो नहीं आएगा मीटिंग में आके सुनना पड़ेगा तुमको तभी पता चलेगी जब यहाँ पे कोई बोलता रहेगा कि ये वो ये बोलता रहेगा तब पता चलता है एक शब्द बोलने से नहीं होता है और ये हमेशा नहीं होता है कभी कभी होता है सुनील जी सुनील जी चलिए चाय पीते हैं आइए वो तो डांस है तो आप लोग हाँ अच्छा ये अभी यूट्यूब में लाइव हो रहा है ना ऐसे नहीं कर अरे कैसे लाइव कैसे रखोगे भाई तुम लाइव कैसे रखोगे हाँ नहीं यूट्यूब में एक बार लाइव होता है तो एंड नहीं करोगे तब तक नहीं पॉज नहीं कर पाओगे
यहाँ पे चेंज कर दूं क्या कुछ आगे सेट जाके
क्या वेबएक्स से करना है, लिंक है उसका। अशोक बनर्जी बोलছে না?
अशोक Banerjee.
हाँ, उनको सर को फोन कर, सर को बोलने के लिए बोलो, सर को फोन, सर को बोल लीजिए। वीडियो आ रहा है, ओके। हाँ, हेलो, सर को बोले कि एक बार शेयर करने के लिए बोलो, करने के लिए बोलो, शेयर करने के लिए बोलो। हेलो,
Yeah, I can see. Hello.
विक्रम, विक्रम, हेलो। शॉर्ट वाइट कीजिए, कैमरा का है ना, पोडियम से हटाइए। वाइट कीजिए, कैमरा वाइट कीजिए, कैमरा वाइट कीजिए, पोडियम का कैमरा वाइट कीजिए। वाइट कीजिए, वाइट।
Hello. Yeah, I can.
Can you hear us?
Yeah, loud and clear.
Oh, good. You're coming through very loud and very clear.
हेलो, हेलो।
So I think better triple mic.
Welcome back. And now we will be beginning with the first session of the conference titled Towards Entrepreneurship as a Social Movement, Ideas for Social and Cultural Change and Sustainability Issues. So this session is actually dedicated to talk about how the entrepreneurial ecosystem in India, social and development, economic and development and political affairs are changing, and the discussions will actually shed light on the critical factors that are necessary to undertake and initiate, nurture culturally rich entrepreneurial ventures by involving citizens in the process and making the entrepreneurial ecosystem inclusive. The panelists and the speakers are from diverse backgrounds with immense experience whose insights will actually enrich the discussion in the session. We have among the speakers in this session His Highness Gat Singh II of Marwar, Jodhpur, Professor Ashok Banerjee, Director, Indian Institute of Management, Udaipur, Dr. Harish Hande, social entrepreneur and founder of Selco India and Magsaysay Award winner, and Ms. Premlata Punia, founder of Hamari Lado, a very interesting organization striving to change the fate of women in Rajasthan. So as you can see, this panel actually includes leading academicians, royalty, and practitioners who are changing the situation on ground. So I'm sure it will be a very interesting session, and the session will be chaired by none other than Professor J. Mitro, Professor of Business Enterprise and Innovation, University of Essex. So, sir, I'll just move on the entire mic to you so that you can take it up from here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sneha, and welcome back. Clap for you. So you should absorb it. Welcome back to this session, which is the first of the sessions, and therefore it has a significant importance, not just in terms of its positioning, being first, but also in terms of the title of the session, because this is, if you like, the kind of and the emphasis really is very much on the key elements of what we are trying to achieve in the conference. And for that, we have, as you heard, a galaxy of very, very interesting speakers, people of immense repute and achievement in their own walks of life. And I don't need to read out their bios because you can read it yourself in the program. But needless to say that we have a kind of mini ecosystem in terms of the knowledge and capacity and capabilities of these remarkable people over here. My first job is not to start the session before I get the people sitting right at the back, especially the young communities sitting right at the back. Could you please move forward and be part of a more interactive audience over here? I don't like seeing empty spaces right in the front of the hall. Please come forward because I want you to participate in as big a way as possible. Okay, as you gather your seats in the front, do not feel shy. It's good to see that spaces on the right are now being filled up as much as spaces on the left, so that there is some equilibrium and balance in the hall. This session, let me just explain very briefly the format of the session, which the speakers are aware of. It's going to be a discussion session. We're not going to have speeches. We're going to have discussions around which we will try to explain the main theme of the conference and see how it's interpreted by this amazing body of people that we have over here. So I'm going to start off first by asking all of you, and perhaps you can each of you respond individually. What does the term entrepreneurship mean to you as it's emerging now, particularly in the context of India? And how do you think it can have the kind of, or does it have the kind of social impact that you think it could have or should have, or is that not necessary? What are your views and thoughts What does entrepreneurship mean to you? Does it have social impact in the context of India? Who would like to start first? Can I start with you, Your Excellency? Um, Not yet. I don't think so. No.
I'll use this.
Yeah, now it's
No, it's
Hello, yes?
yeah.
Good. Thank you. I think what we mean by entrepreneurship in today's terms is the initiative of a person to put things together and to have an idea, create an idea, and fill that space with what needs to be done to give it a broader perspective and involve the local populace, depending upon the skills and the strengths available in the society around. So I think it is, depending on where you are, what you're looking at, situation, then you work on the local availability and the requirements. You may be otherwise thinking of a larger idea of like a startup on a national scale. That is a different thing. But basically, it means a personal individual taking the initiative and working on something, a project, an idea that brings something to the local society and creates not only employment, but creates, helps the lifestyle, produce better services.
okay. Thank you. Professor Banerjee, would you like to come in next with some initial?
Yeah, thank you. But first of all, my apologies for not being there in person. Am I audible? Okay. So according to me, entrepreneurship means solving a problem first. But today we see in the hurry of entrepreneurship and visibility, sometimes we see people offering products or offering solutions to a problem which does not exist. So we should not do that. We should try to solve a problem and not find a solution and then create the problem. That's number one. Secondly, through this journey, we create economic empowerment. So in the process of solving a problem, we create employment and hence give economic empowerment to people. And we have seen, particularly in the social enterprise space, that economic empowerment of rural women has not only transformed the life of that person, but also transformed the life of the entire family. And beyond that, to the entire society, the respect has gone up in the society. So that is second, economic empowerment. And third, of course, is creating wealth for the nation, wealth for the founders and wealth also for other investors. So solving a problem, economic empowerment, and creating wealth for investors and society. This is how I look at entrepreneurship.
Okay, thanks. That's a very neat encapsulation of the term. So it's solving a problem, generating economic empowerment, and creating wealth. Three kind of related concepts of entrepreneurship. Let's move on from Professor Banerjee to Premlata. Your thoughts on that? You may agree, disagree with anything that's said so far, or extend the scope of it. Yes.
Things like Professor Banerjee gave the very professor-like definition. I would use more coming from a grassroots perspective. So for me, being or entrepreneurship is more like I would equate it with being entrepreneurial, and which is when a person in any socio-economic status feels that she or he has an ability to take an action For me, that's the seed of being entrepreneurial. Now, that action can involve your family, your society, institutions, economic at a larger scale. That can, come based on where and how you are. But at the root of it, people should, or people having the confidence to be able to do something. And that confidence can come from having the skills, having the right environment. I can speak in Hindi? हाँ, हिंदी में तो बिल्कुल आराम से बोल सकते हैं और मुझे लगा इतना ऑडियंस भी यहाँ पर है। अगर हम किसी भी ग्रामीण या शहरी परिवेश की बात करें, अगर आपको लगता है कि मैं किसी भी प्रॉब्लम पे एक्शन ले सकता हूँ, चाहे मैं एग्रीकल्चर में हूँ, चाहे मैं कोई बिजनेस हो, चाहे एजुकेशन से रिलेटेड प्रॉब्लम है, मुझे लगता है वो एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप की स्टार्ट है। और वो कॉन्फिडेंस आने में काफ़ी फैक्टर्स का रोल रहता है, आपकी एजुकेशन का, आपकी फैमिली का, different government schemes, access to money. So a lot of factors will play into that. But at the core of that, when that capability, that enablement is there, for me, that's the root of being an entrepreneur.
Thank you very much. So you are extending Professor Banerjee's ideas and actually looking at the way in which individuals or teams of individuals can empower themselves towards achieving something that they have as an aspiration and having the means with which to do so. And it could be done in different kind of sort of environments, family environment, within the community or in an organization. Okay, thank you. Thank you for that. Harsh.
Yes, thanks for it. See, the very fact is that we are using so-called social entrepreneurship. Are we saying that the other entrepreneurship are antisocial? Right. So there is creating an entrepreneurship to solve the problems that the other entrepreneurs created? So is that the basis of it? So the question is, we have a joke that did we create Cellco to solve the problems that Shell created, right? So the issue for me is like with the increasing, when you, Professor asked the first question about should it have a social impact? I think we have no choice, absolutely no choice, because of increased divide in wealth, increased divide of technology that is coming up, plus the AI. There's going to be a huge divide in the way the society is going to, where my fear is that we're going to use the poor as labor force in the future, killing the generations of expertise they've had. Like whether you talk about a rice breeder or a cotton breeder and a person who is coming in from Manipur to be a doorman in Bangalore, who has 7 generations of rice breeding. If I had to write his or her bio in LinkedIn, you have 7 generation of rice breeder, which we have nicely de-skilled by making them, right? I think it's high time we look at entrepreneurship that equates wealth. And one thing I would disagree is that why should we always say that the wealth is for the shareholders? Wealth is for the stakeholders. The end user comes first. The person who is reaching it to the end users comes second, then the mid-management, then the management, and then the shareholders. I think if we reverse that modality of wealth distribution and knowledge sharing, we would have a much better, equitable society. Is that not what we are all aiming for? And that should be the concept of entrepreneurship.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much again, Harsh. I mean, again, very interestingly, an extension of everything that has been said. This is how things really work. People build on what others have said and add their own perspectives, add their own ideas and thoughts. And that's essentially how entrepreneurship evolves itself. Because what we had was His Highness started off by laying down the philosophical precepts and grounds of what constitutes entrepreneurship in his view, in terms of envisioning change that can happen through individual effort and enabling people in society to benefit from that. You then had Professor Ashok Banerjee, who talked in terms of taking that philosophy, but extending it by looking at application in terms of solving a problem, generating economic wealth, and of course, individual and social wealth in the process. And you had Premlata giving it a particular context in terms of saying, well, the ability to do things and achieve certain aspirations in different environments, in personal environment, family environment, institutional environment. So she gave a context to that. And then Harsh took it off into another sphere altogether, and I think most aptly so, by actually addressing what is it that entrepreneurs and social entrepreneurs do in terms of social change and social impact, and why that has become so necessary in a world where technologically and structurally we are fragmenting ourselves in such a way that without realizing, we are so obsessed with technological outcomes that we are fragmenting ourselves in terms of haves and have-nots in a more pronounced way than we've probably had done before. So that in itself calls for a reinterpretation of doing things in an entrepreneurial way, rather than the traditional methods, which is to say, we have the technology, we look at how we develop that technology, we create new products and services without even thinking about the impact of those products and technologies and services on the lives of people. So we have to look at entrepreneurship in terms of the essential social dynamics that lie behind entrepreneurial change. I mean, the thing about entrepreneurship is what an Italian writer once wrote in his very famous book called The Leopard. One of his first few lines was, if the future has to change, I'll try and sort of say the right words. If things must remain the same, then things must change. In other words, that we cannot necessarily continue as before by wishing that our lives could be as good as it would have been before. So nothing remains stagnant, nothing remains stationary. And we have, therefore, in terms of reinventing ourselves, kind of reconceptualize what we actually mean by what is it that we are doing. I think the point I was trying to make earlier when all my fellow speakers abandoned me on stage, led by Amitav. I think he started a protest movement at that point. Anyway, which is also about social movement, by the way. So we've got a very interesting start, which actually allows for further discussion. I mean, let's ask. You have heard the ideas that have been expressed so far. Is there anybody in the audience who wishes to add something to it, or wishes to contradict, or ask a question quickly? A brief, no speeches, just a quick comment. Does anybody have? Yes, please do. Do you have a mic? Can you have a microphone, please? Please introduce yourself.
Are we sort of, in the title itself, which says entrepreneurship and social movement, are we sort of overemphasizing the obvious in the sense that every entrepreneurship is a social movement? If it is not, it's not really entrepreneurship.
I think Professor Ganguly did not, I mean, he didn't have the microphone. This is Professor Prabuddha Ganguly, the visiting of IIT Jodhpur and IIT Bombay. I will have two quick things. One is, the last 22 years of working, I understood that livelihood means two things. One is economic improvement, another thing is more engagement with the community. So when Premlata talked about the importance of this, because this also reduces the vulnerability of unsafe migration. Now, you may not quantify the thing at that time, but that's a very important component in the social growth. So looking at local resources is also possible when people start looking engaging factor. Coming to Professor Ganguly's point, that every entrepreneurship is a movement, right, sir? But here, the conference topic says, entrepreneurship as a social movement. So let society take a movement of entrepreneurship, which is missing now. Because right now, the society has movement of getting jobs. We are only saying it is high time, let the society take the movement of entrepreneurship, and which clearly goes with Professor Banerjee's thing, to solve our problems. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Ananda, you wanted to say something? Anybody else? A quick, oh, okay, thanks.
Yeah, I'm Jyotsna from Bangalore. I think any entrepreneurship cannot be a social movement unless there is a conceptual and a very clear, framework. And that framework, that what Harish said, that sharing of wealth and knowledge, I think that's knowledge is beyond resources. So that's the important point that one has to ponder upon.
Okay, thanks. I think that's a good enough start for now. I think very interesting the way that it was encapsulated by key members in the audience. The idea that entrepreneurship, it cannot be called entrepreneurship unless, as I think Professor Ganguly started, unless it has social impact. I think Amitav put a very interesting twist to it, and which is essentially what the conference is about, which is to say that you cannot have entrepreneurship or social movement or entrepreneurship having an impact on society unless society itself adopts the idea of entrepreneurship and finds out means and instruments and resources with which to be entrepreneurial. Just as much as we say that you cannot leave economic planning to economists, you cannot leave entrepreneurial change to entrepreneurs. So one of the reasons why economists get it wrong all the time is because they do not engage necessarily with the impact of their economics, policies, decision-making thinking. And I put myself in that category because they do not involve the necessary catalysts of change, which is the wider society itself. One of the things is, we have to be careful that whenever we talk about entrepreneurship making social change, and whichever way we think it is right, we have to be careful about not getting involved in sloganeering, in adopting slogans, because it's very easy to say that entrepreneurship can lead to social change. I thought that this is what social change is about, and this is how entrepreneurship can achieve it. A lot of it is sloganeering in effect. The question is, how does that happen? That is the critical question that we have to answer. How does it happen? Who makes it happen? Who enables that to happen? And in that frame of reference, if you like, I would like to ask you, all of you, what role do different institutions play? Whether that be government, whether that be the private sector, whether that be universities, whether that be the wider community, if you like, institutions as in terms of movements themselves, which enables things to happen. Because each of these players, universities, governments, private or public institutions, they all have a role to play in terms of facilitating and enabling entrepreneurship, whichever way we wish to interpret it, and also in terms of facilitating social change. So what role do institutions play or can play in this? Again, could I ask you, Your Excellency, to perhaps consider that point?
Institutions can play a huge role because they can be the motivating factor. And in the whole process, if we take, for instance, some of our strengths in Jodhpur, which are basically the sorry, which are basically tourism and handicraft. These are two elements that are driving some of Jodhpur's economy. They both need skill enhancement, they need education, and they need scope for expanding and going to the next level. So institutions can create these models and give that opportunity. For instance, now I give my own example. When we created the Mehrangarh Museum Trust, it started off by just being because the fort was there and because the objects were there in storage. I pulled them out of storage and displayed them with a director. But that's grown into something much more, because out of that, there have been educational programs for children. There have been opportunities for the musicians. We run 2 festivals, which involve largely our own local musicians. A gentleman sitting over there, they get a stage and a platform, and it enhances not only their visibility, but gives them a bigger audience. And also it provides motivation to continue those skills, what you spoke about, the skills which are going. We have to find ways and means to make it economic for those families to not only continue, we need to give them, not just a question of wealth or money, it's also a question of the respect and position. So we have to respect what they do and what the skills are bringing to us for their children to continue. Otherwise, their children will find other things. They'll find it much easier to go and work in the city and take any job. Like you find so many graduates floating around jobless who are just looking for any job, which really is not suited to their qualification. So I think it's important that institutions pick up those local strengths and project them, like the IIT is doing here. They've started this program on their own, and it's a very good backing. The Prime Minister has now, the PM Vikas scheme is entirely aimed at that, the minorities and the craftspeople, to allow them, to give them more education, to give them a market, to give them ideas, elements of design, and make their products more saleable and even contemporary. So I think institutions have a big role to play. And as I was saying about our museum, we now engage all these people, and it's become the craftspeople. We have a crafts bazaar at the end of the tour. We give that space on a rotational basis to different craftsmen, and so the goods and wares are seen. And again, they get a platform, they get revenue, but at the same time, they learn in the process, and it's a benefit all around. Because I think it's very important for us to, as a culture, as a nation. Mahatma Gandhi said it years ago, in the 30s, that unless we recognize our craftsmen, the country, wealth, economic, and emotion will not grow. So these are basic, excuse me, basic strengths of society, which need to be respected and given scope to expand and live with dignity. Sorry.
Premlata, would you like to continue and give His Excellency a little chance to some breathing space?
Um, just to what Babji said, the structure and institutions are key. मुझे लगता है वो स्टार्टिंग पॉइंट है उनके बिना अगर हम जिस ग्रास रूट लेवल पे देखते हैं आपका ये कोई भी इनिशिएटिव स्टार्ट ही नहीं हो सकता व्हेन वी टॉक अबाउट स्ट्रक्चर मतलब बेसिक स्कूल कॉलेजेस रोड्स एक्सेस टू बैंक फाइनेंशियल इंक्लूजन सो ये स्टार्टिंग पॉइंट है बट अगर इसको मूवमेंट बनना है तो बहुत सारी सोशल प्रैक्टिसेस को चेंज होना पड़ेगा that's where the bigger struggle is. Just because putting a structure doesn't bring in new practices immediately. So if we take an example, let's say take agriculture, your government has a scheme, you can set up a pond, आपको ये लोन मिलेगा ये नया क्रॉप पैटर्न है जस्ट वो होने से लोग स्विच नहीं करेंगे A good thing now there is a technology आपको information भी है you can look at कि कहीं दूसरे village में crop pattern change हो रहा है जो आपकी income बढ़ाएगा you just don't switch because there's a certain amount of fear there's certain type of practice that has been going on there in for a long time तो वो चेंज होने के लिए काफ़ी कुछ रिस्क टेकिंग एबिलिटी चेंज होने के लिए काफ़ी और प्रैक्टिसेस चेंज होने पड़ेंगी आई जस्ट मैंने अपनी फैमिली में देखा कि अचानक वो देख रहे थे यूट्यूब पे कि अच्छा ये क्रॉप किसी और गांव में आई है दे सॉ इट फिर वो उस गांव विजिट करके आए फिर उनसे पूरा पूछा कि आपने कैसे की कितनी इनकम बढ़ी कितना टाइम लगा फेल हो जाए क्या करेंगे एंड आफ्टर 2-3 साल के डेलिब्रेशन के बाद दिस मेड द स्विच एंड दे एंटर्ड इनटू समथिंग दैट इज नॉन ट्रेडिशनल तो ये जो स्विच है that requires a lot of changes in the way you think, your ability to take risk, the opportunities. So which just by having an institution doesn't change. So to create a movement, you need to put a lot of efforts into changing practices. So that's kind of how I see it. The role of institution, but also a lot more that's needed. And that's probably where Contact Base works. A lot of other organizations are working.
But who takes responsibility for changing those practices?
Great question. I think civil society, there has to be some involvement from that. We can't expect that government will, can go that far. When I look at the ground, I feel like that will be expecting too much out of government institutions. But there has to be more, probably civil society, more examples of success, technology taking that information that far, our appetite for failure. So it's a culture change, which probably slow, but harder, really difficult to answer. Who is that one person?
I mean, does it depend on a great leader? I mean, I would recognize that starting with Gandhi, of course, and the freedom fighters of our nation and the people who eventually then created our constitution were some of the greatest political entrepreneurs of our times. So how does it actually happen? I mean, yes, we want mores to change, practices to change, behavior to change. People fight shy of this. People are afraid to necessarily do it, and quite rightly so. People do not like to put their heads on the parapet in case they get shot. Think about it. I'm going to move to Harsh about what he thinks on that point.
See, one thing is, entrepreneurship is extremely decentralized and customized. And then we try to put processes which are standardized and non-inclusive. Entrepreneurship is supposed to be inclusive. The issue is, fundamentally, we are the people who should disappear. First, tell you why. Who gets the money? PowerPoint, Excel, and Word. Non-English speakers in our country have no chance to get failure money that she's talking about. Why do poor people don't take risk? You have angel investments in California. We come with a background of IIT and say we'll get the money. Though when we fail or the market failed, when a poor man fails, the poor man has failed, not the market. Right? The language that we speak is very non-inclusive. And it's not the IITs who will solve the problem. Unfortunately, we are looking at the IITs need to go back to the bread and butter of Germany, America, and India is the vocational schools where we start creating the centers of entrepreneurship innovations in the ITIs and the root sets who, because the kids who come there own the problem. And they are going to solve it, not the IITs and NVR. And that's where our thinking process has to change, that it is so centric to a certain language today. How many non-English speakers sitting here, a Rajasthani speaker or a Hindi speaker or Oriya speaker, will get the capital and me and Amitava will get? Never. How will they, and we expect them to change and do a fail. We have so much social nets to fail. Right? How much of social nets do the poor have to fail? Zero. How can they actually innovate? Until we reverse the policy that the failure monies, there should be a bunch of failure monies that go to the poor to innovate, incubate, replicate, and scale. That does not exist. We expect us to do that and use the poor as services in the organization and sell we are social entrepreneurs. The very fact is we need to change that thinking process, and we are the barriers in many ways. Change the institution, make the ITIs as the centers of innovation, rural banks in this country as the centers of giving finance, put a $100 million risk fund. $100 million, which is less than what Uber made losses in the last 2 months. Right? Put that capital. For 10% will succeed this year, 20% will succeed this year. Our mentality of the way the structures are there has to first change, and then we can talk about the structures.
Interesting. I mean, with one fell swoop, Harsh has written off himself and everybody in the process, but I tend to acknowledge and accept a lot of that thinking behind who should play that role. So as part of these new capitalists, Amitav and Harsh, who are essentially holding on to that capital, the intellectual capital, if you like, as well as the wealth capital. Professor Banerjee, what is your take on this? Going back to the initial point of the role of institutions and Harsh's very radical solution to deinstitutionalizing the institutions that we have.
Okay, thanks. See, the advantage that institution of national importance has is we represent the entire country. So if you look at the students who come to IITs and IIMs, they come from all over the country. They come from different language background, they come from different economic background. In fact, we all say that even IIMs charge much higher fees than IITs, but there is no single student who was denied admission because of lack of funds. We provide scholarship as well. So therefore, we have rich people as students. We also have people coming from very, very moderate and even poor background. So we have the bed ready to represent the country. The challenge for us is, and where we failed so far as an institution, is exciting our students when they are in the campus for 2 years in an IIM and 4 years in the IITs to follow this route of entrepreneurship. Because the lure of good job, a high paying job, kind of attracts them. It's a disincentive for trying something on their own. So our challenge is, it's like a duality that we face. On the one hand, we have to attract our students. Even say 5% of our batch thinks about entrepreneurship, we actually create a lot of entrepreneurs. So on the one hand, we have to attract them, but on the second hand, at the same time, we have to de-glamorize the notion of entrepreneur. Because today, thanks to media and the platforms, when we say this company has become unicorn in 3 months' time, 1 year time, people think about that, okay, I'll do something entrepreneurship because I can raise money. So we have to de-glamorize it. So on the one hand, we attract them, on the other hand, we de-glamorize it. So every such institution, academic institutions which have incubators, they have this duality to play. And I believe that, just to respond to Harsh's point, that there are funds available. Today, for example, the accelerators at academic institutions have funds given by different government departments, which can be put for as a grant, no strings attached, to ideate. For example, there's a program called Entrepreneur in Residence Program, EIR, where what we are telling our students that, look, if you don't join a company, you do the program, you learn business because you're doing an MBA, you learn the business, some courses on entrepreneurship. So the basics, the conceptual framework is there. Then if you don't join job, if you want to stay back for 12 more months. So 2 years you learn, ideate, and then 1 more year you want to try. In these 12 months, post your MBA, we pay you X amount of money per month. So under the EIR, it is about 30,000 per month for 12 months, which means you have a 36-month run time to play with your idea without putting any money from your pocket. And then you can fail. And I agree that, you should allow them to fail. So what we are saying is, if after 3 years you fail, we offer you a deferred placement. But if you succeed, you succeed. So therefore, as accelerator, institutions have a role to play to create or provide a bed for seeding ideas, which is going to solve problems of the society in general. One more thing I would like to say. Here in this movement, what we are observing is entities or individuals, entities meaning enterprises which have seen success, individuals who are like serial investors. They have now come in a big way in this movement of change. So I know a group of angel investors who have done really well in identifying commercial enterprises who have become big. So they made, good intervention and good influence. Now they have also got a lot of money. What they are doing is they are now incubating the social enterprises in the villages, in the tribal areas. I will not name, I know such an organization, a foundation, which is led by an angel investor. They are putting money in Rajasthan, in the tribal areas, to create social entrepreneur in healthcare, community healthcare they call. And there is a story where a girl, so the scheme here is they give a kit and they go out and do basic testing, okay, and they take money. So one girl started earning that money and she became a little popular. The girl was a married woman in that village. The father-in-law was not happy that the bahu would go out and meet people and start earning. So father-in-law kept that girl under kind of house arrest, kind of under a lock in a room. Then 4 days she. So this entire program happens, group, not a SHG but a group community. So in the community meeting, she was not coming. When somebody figured out, they went to that house and found the girl was being kept in captive. The community came, rescued this girl. The girl went out of the families, rented a house, took his husband out and says, stay with me. And today she is earning about 30,000 rupees per month. And more importantly is that the village panchayat tells her that next time you fight election for the village because you have really done great work and influencing us. So this social movement we are seeing happening, seeded by these angel investors and incubated at academic institutions. So I think we have a role to play, but we have to play it well, de-glamorize it, but create a platform to ideate.
Okay, thank you, Professor Banerjee. There were some very interesting points made there, and indeed through all the interventions so far. And what we're looking at, I think, from the observations that have been made, is essentially driving home the point that we cannot look at institutions enabling or facilitating entrepreneurship just as they were doing it before. Institutions themselves have to reinvent themselves, have to reconstitute themselves, have to de-glamorize ideas and practices that we believe follow a certain route have to, in a sense, I would say, even delegitimize what we know to be real, construct institutions from the bottom up involving people who do not have access to capital, access to resources, and letting them have the ability to do so. Amartya Sen suggests a slight variation to that route by ensuring that you can have all the education and training and exposure that you like, but if you do not build capabilities in a particular environment for people to be able to access those resources easily and freely and be able to achieve their aspirations, they will not be able to make use of the education and the training that they have received. Because entrepreneurship as we know it today, world over, has an interesting value concept associated with it, which is that you can use the same institutions, banks, governments, universities, business angels, venture capital, etc., to do good business as well as do bad business. In other words, the entire 2008 financial crisis, to a great extent, I wouldn't say entirely, but to a great extent, was dependent on people using these institutions to, in a sense, sabotage what the institutions were there meant to do. So the whole innovations that took place around securitization of assets, etc., was a complete anomaly in terms of what is meant to be secure, safe, honest financial exchange in the economy. And people took advantage of the same banks, the same government laws and procedures in order to create a huge amount of corrupt wealth for themselves and in the process destabilize the whole economy, which is to a great extent also what is happening now, but we are seeming to ignore that. And I think Harish was beginning to point towards that, that whether it's with technology or whether it's with financial instruments, what exactly are we trying to sort of do over here? What exactly are we trying to enable in terms, because when we talk about all these glamorous things like fintech and AI and etc., who is it reaching out to? But these are regarded as the most popular institutions in terms of doing something entrepreneurial in society. Why? Because it's technology-led. B, because it's supposed to generate wealth very quickly, as opposed to ensuring that there is a level playing field and there's genuine access to people, etc. I just wondered, anybody here would like to comment on any of the things that have been said about the role of institutions? Anybody has a comment? No, Amitabh, I'll come to you later. Okay. We need to destabilize you, according to Harish. Anybody else has a comment? Please, would you somebody give the microphone to him?
Okay. Yeah.
Good afternoon, dignitaries. Myself, Deepak Sharma. I'm working in Jaisalmer district on behalf of Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship. We are affiliated with IIM Udaipur and we are studying public policy and management there. Good afternoon, Professor Banerjee. I would like to mention we are working on ground. So for these artists and craft or someone is making something, so this is their asset, this is their wealth, and these are the services they are providing. So for an entrepreneur, they give loan on an idea. What's the idea? So this is their wealth. So the institutions should give funds or...
Sorry, let me interrupt you. What is your understanding of what institutions are? What do you mean by the word institution?
So generally these banks, like there is a problem, these banks generally don't give loans to these artists or these commoners. So, and this is a very basic problem. So the loan should be given on the talent or the art or the craft they are making. This is their asset. And they don't know much of the financial things. Generally district में यही problems होते हैं कि banks deny their loan because उनका कोई CIBIL score नहीं है, कोई bank account नहीं है. So these are the basic problems they are facing. So government needs to identify ये सारी चीजें and give a loan or basic facilities to these people so they can uplift themselves.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else has any comment? Okay.
So I'm Madhura from Contact Base. So I just wanted to, it's not really a comment, but also a question that all the institutions that we are talking about, which are very relevant, they are all working somewhat in silos. And how do we, if there are so many interesting and great initiatives going on, how do we connect the real problems in the field, which doesn't have to be rediscovered, reinvented, to the innovative minds and solutions that are being developed in the different institutions?
So you are looking at the possibility of better networks amongst institutions.
Yes, because there are problems that are existing and there are probably solutions that can be adapted. But how do we maximize that in terms of an institutional network?
Okay, we'll try and pick that up. Amitav, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, sorry for again speaking on this, according to Professor Mitra, trying to destabilize. Now, I think
We need to destabilize you.
That's exactly what I meant. But I think it's time that let's attempt to destabilize the existing definition of institution. Because institution cannot only mean the formal institutions that we see. If that is the case, then what Harish said will become, which has become a problem, because it is time to understand that institutions' understanding of the reality is also very formal. And institution is an urban educated term. And institutions get imposed on the rural India, the Bharat. Whereas the need of the rural India, somebody was mentioning about art and craft, is certainly institution, but definition of that institution may need to be extended and expanded. Like to just give a small example, when we talk on handicraft, always a term comes cluster. And all the attempt, including World Bank, they always try to say that let's form a cluster and they will sell. Come on, me, Harish, Bhanjo, we all are from the same institute. Do we have a cluster and one unit to sell? No. So why can't we think that, every handicraft artist is also an individual business potential if they want to be? So cluster for a business may not be possible unless we try to think that here you are, I'm helping you, you just come up to this and then sell as a one unit. That's where it goes down. Second important point, in urban world, we have a tendency to see the rural India that we know it all, we are helping you. I think it's time that we stop. It is important to realize that India is known in the world because of its art and craft, not because of me and you. It is because of them. And even the handicraft designs and motifs are actually real and fantastic in the rural traditional things. Rather than helping them to explore and go more on it, we are imposing a design from the educated institutions on them and making an artist an art labor. Institution has a possibility of forcing an artist, an entrepreneur, to a labor. I think we should be very, very careful on that. Thirdly, to address, I'll just address this on Madhura, because I had the opportunity of being in Silicon Valley when it was becoming the hub of the world, innovation hub, because I spent quite a lot of time there after IIT. But that's one thing which clicked there is called the Indus Entrepreneurs, TIE, a forum which never gave money, which never did anything, but only did networking amongst entrepreneurs. And TIE actually made the IT innovation and made the Silicon Valley right now happen. So I think Madhura's answer is do more networking sessions, not only here, but it's important to do with rural India. Thank you.
Thank you, Amitabh. I think there were two interesting points that Amitabh raised. One was the definition of institutions, and people made references to it, but no one necessarily talked about it. And that is the community itself is an institution. The community, many years ago, about 40 years ago, the economist Douglas North defined institutions not as formal organizations, governments, banks, universities, etc. But institution means ways of life, which the community essentially develops, allows to evolve. In other words, acceptance of what we do, what we like to do, what is regarded as appropriate in our community. What is it that we examine ourselves as being appropriate for our lives? So communities define what is legitimacy. You know, if you start to engage in any activity within a certain community, there is a natural process of gaining legitimacy within that community. If the community defines your actions as being illegitimate or delegitimate or corrupt or whatever, they will impose sanctions on the rest of the community, and with or without the help of government or the legal institutions or anything like that. And that is very important. The institution of the community becomes very important. And I think that is partly what we are getting at over here. The other example that Amitav pointed to was clusters. I have done quite a bit of research on clusters over a long period of time, economic clusters in different parts of the world. There is not a single cluster anywhere in the world which is deemed successful, which is not organic. There has been no example of an imposed cluster which actually works. If you look at the most successful clusters around the world, the industrial districts of Italy, Cambridge, and the Southeast Corridor in the UK, if you look at North Westphalia in Germany, if you look at Gothenburg in Sweden, Göteborg, in Sweden, if you look at Silicon Valley or the Research Triangle in North Carolina in the US, or indeed Bangalore for that matter, none of them were imposed clusters. They were organic. They were organic because of this extraordinary mix of talent, of capability, of institutions, working through networks to create what they wish to create in that environment. Government has always stepped in afterwards, either to destroy that kind of organic development, or in some cases to lift it to a higher level of achievement. But in all the successful cases, they've all been seen to be organic. So this move towards setting up clusters can be very, very precarious as an instrument of change in terms of institutions. Amitabh has disappeared after making his statement. Okay, we will have to bring him back at some point and tell him what we didn't agree with him. We actually did agree with him on everything that he said. Okay, let's move on then, because we don't have very much time left. I think we have tried to capture our understanding of entrepreneurship and how that can be changed, or how we can effectively look at entrepreneurship in a different way, how that impacts or can impact on social change and who with whom. What role can institutions play in enabling that change? And part of that process made us ask questions about what institutions are. Let me move on then to the key component of this entire conference, and that is about engaging citizens in the process of that change towards an entrepreneurial future. How do we engage citizens? Because let me go back to my earlier point that the actual prevalence rate of entrepreneurs in any society is actually quite low, people who actually become so-called entrepreneurs for a whole variety of reasons. So how do we actually engage citizens who may not wish to take up entrepreneurship as an alternative to their future lives? How do we engage them in entrepreneurial activity? Any thoughts on that? Professor Banerjee, could I come to you first?
Yeah. See, there is a, okay, out, I can reduce it. See, it varies from, in India, within India, it varies from geography to geography. In some part of India, entrepreneurship is the last choice for anyone who wants to build a career. But in some other part of the country, that is the first choice. So I think if you want to involve citizens, everybody cannot become entrepreneur, but they must have respect for people who follow this path. And that, like, people say charity begins at home. So that respect should begin at home. So if in the family, the parents and the elderly members have respect for people who take challenges and go into the entrepreneurial path, that is the starting point for involvement of citizens from home. So I remember, I can tell you a story. Long back in 2016, about 7-8 years ago, there was a discussion in West Bengal within the government that, in Bengal, youths, those who fail in colleges, they try to become entrepreneurs and they fail there too. So how to make more entrepreneurs out of this state? Because they have talents, there is intellectual capital, human capital, but not entrepreneurial talent. So first thing we said was, when they approached us, we said that, look, if you want to have entrepreneurship as their first career choice, then you must influence their grandparents and parents. And how to influence them? Do a TV show, a reality show, which they would see in the evening. But it has to be done in a manner which is, more popular and acceptable. So today what you see, Shark Tank in India, we did that in 2016 in a local language in the state. So it has to start from home. And second, as I said, respect for the entrepreneurs by the society, and second, contributing towards that. How do I contribute? As a society, I should be able to buy their products. So if we try to help them by becoming a customer sometimes, so rather than buying a branded product, I can buy, suppose somebody said about art and craft, should we start buying products which are homegrown more? So my point to your question is that every citizen need not try to become an entrepreneur, but they should support. And they can support in two ways. One is by showing respect. Second, by becoming a supplier or a consumer of their products. Because let me tell you one more thing, that when you look at entrepreneurship as solving some kind of social problem, there are some additional dimensions of challenges. I have seen in many social enterprises, managing supply chain network is extremely complex. Instead of a unidirectional network supply chain problem, which a commercial enterprise faces, they face bidirectional supply chain problem, which means my beneficiary could be my consumer, and somebody else also could be my consumer. So it is not just I have one supplier on the one side and the customer on the other side. So therefore, some businesses require different skill sets, the complexity level also changes. And hence, you need the involvement of community in many ways, including respect and becoming supplier and consumer.
Thank you very much. Interesting point about the changing roles that people have. And that's a point I think, Professor Banerjee, you are referring to, how technology also has changed those roles. And I need to recognize that beneficiaries have become also co-producers, consumers have become co-producers these days. And in the process, has enabled a certain kind of activity amongst the wider community, which was never there before, that we can co-design a product, we can co-make a product. How do we take advantage of that in our society in a way that is actually socially viable and contributory towards better economic social lives? Harish, would you like to comment on that?
See, I think when we talk about citizens and how do we I'll first talk of one problem and then I'll give the potential learnings from our own experience. We always want Gandhi to be born in neighbor's house, not in my house. Right? If road to kharab hoga, I will say, but my son or daughter should not solve that problem. That is a government, or my neighbor's son is doing social work, right? Or whatever. I think first the mentality inside that we are all problem solvers. We are equally responsible for, when the garbage of Bangalore is not collected, the first question is who put it in the first place, right? Who threw that in the first place? Unless we start at the younger generation to start looking at that, we are all problem solvers, right? Moment that you all go back home from this university, in every kilometer, you're able to see 6 problems and you should be able to come up with 5 solutions to each of this problem. You have 30, in this room, we have around 100 people. You come out with 6 solutions, that is 600 solutions. Rajasthan needs 1200 solutions to solve its poverty issues. Twice this audience, we can solve Rajasthan's problems. Why haven't we solved it? Because we always think it's not my job, right? I think fundamentally we need to change what my job is. So if we, sir, create able systems that are inclusive in many thought process, again, I go back to my previous question, we are not inclusive in a thinking process because we use the word beneficiaries, not use the word partners. We confuse intellectual poverty with financial poverty. We believe that people who are financially poor are intellectually poor. Those are institutions, fundamentally we are talking at this level and the problem is at this level, right? Solutions do exist, sir. Create institutions that are grounded. There are institutions in this country that are grounded. Create equal amounts of capital to I'm 100% sure 80% of our time goes into generating some sort of capital funding, trying to answer to the funders in a beauty contest. राइट ऑफ ब्यूटी कॉन्टेस्ट में इन द सेंस कि पैसा नहीं मिल रहा है राइट उनके लैंग्वेज में अपना प्रपोजल नहीं जा रहा तो प्रपोजल रिजेक्ट हो जा रहा राइट फंडामेंटली इज देयर इशू राइट वी आर स्कर्टिंग द इशू सर we are skirting the issue, not answering the fundamental issue is that how can capital go to Premlata without Premlata trying to answer on a dock that she needs some money for innovations to actually happen in the rural areas. Then you will see automatic citizens partnership. Roti rolling machine. How did Erie silk happen in our country? Moga silk happen in our country? Blacksmithy innovations happen in our country. How come they're not in the part of the audience at all? That's where I see until we create that institutions at the ground level, for them, by them, we are not going to change the system. And it can actually, this is the first country that actually can do, and last, because I might get my last chance, is this is a country to the youngsters. India is not a country to solve its own problems. India is a country that can actually show to Nigeria, Brazil, Indonesia, how sustainable solutions can actually happen. So you are at the cusp of that change, that India can be an R&D center of solutions for the world. Because it has that institutions, only that's a little divide that we need to bridge. But we are unfortunately intellectually talking at this point, and the people who are actually supposed to solve it are here. There's a disconnect, and you should be able to connect that.
Thank you, Harish. Don't you also think that the reasons why intellectuals also need to have this conversation is primarily because they need to change their way of thinking?
At this point of time, I'm not going to waste time on them. I don't have time, sir, because I've wasted 20 years talking to them. It doesn't. I talk 5 years to the ground level, things change. Because what is the, and due respect to everybody, we need to change our academic system. Change the whole concept of the incentive for the professors are how many papers have I published, and stop resumes that I have published 30 papers. That's not going to go. How many of those papers have changed that actually created that needs to happen? Our incentives are in the wrong place. And to my frustration is, I went to one IIT and said, they wanted some money for a microgrid of a lab. I said, I'm going to put 1 crore, provided that lab is also open for the local ITI students. The IIT refused. That lab is through taxpayers' money, right? Why couldn't the ITI students use that IIT lab? Fundamentally, there's a non-inclusivity of these institutions, which I'm not going to waste my time on.
I was including you in that intellectual community as well.
I am a middleman. I should disappear. I'm telling you, I'm the first person to disappear along with all. I feel sad that somebody else should have been speaking who has gone through the problems himself or herself, and not me. And why did I get all the awards? Because I speak English. Fundamentally, we need to change that, sir.
Okay. We can have a discussion on that, because there are lots of issues around that which are very, very interesting and controversial and problematic as well, I think. I do not necessarily agree with a lot of things that you're saying, but I do fundamentally agree with the direction of change that you're looking at. That, I think, is critically important.
We need to disagree to have the democracy.
Precisely, and that's why we need intellectual repartee sometimes. Premlata.
So I want to build what Harish said. Just sharing a little bit of my example, and then I'll build the point. So I lived and worked in the US for about 10 years. And then I told my dad that I want to come back. And there was a complete silence. My dad was a teacher at a primary school. तो उन्होंने बोला, बेटा हमने तो कभी नौकरी छोड़ी नहीं है. मैंने बोला, मैं 3 नौकरियां पहले कर चुकी हूँ. मैं $1 billion बिजनेस हैंडल कर रही हूँ. मैं अपना पेट भर लूंगी. Somehow without complete agreement मैं वापस आ गई. मैंने उनको बोला, मुझे ये लड़कियों के लिए इस तरह काम शुरू करना है. बोला, बेटा तुम कहीं जयपुर के आसपास कर लो, दिल्ली के आसपास कर लो. मैंने बोला, नहीं, मैं गांव में जाके करूंगी जहां मैं पैदा हुई पली बड़ी. There's immense amount of shame. एक सेंस ऑफ शेम होता है पेरेंट्स को कि भाई हमारी बेटी अमेरिका की इतनी बड़ी नौकरी छोड़ के गांव में इस सलवार कुर्ता पहन के घूम रही है ना. तो एक जो हमारा सोशल नॉर्म है रिस्क टेकिंग का, वो है नहीं. मुझे तो इतना गिल्ट था कि वाई एम आई 1 in million टू रीच देयर एंड डू व्हाट आई एम डूइंग, जब बाकी मेरे साथ की लड़कियां 5वीं 8वीं 10वीं के बाद पढ़ाई छोड़ के शादियां हो गई. तो मेरा तो इनर गिल्ट इतना ज़्यादा था कि मैं उसको एस्केप ही नहीं कर पाती. मेरे पास आने के अलावा कोई चॉइस नहीं थी. बट इवन इफ पीपल हु वांट टू डू, एक सोशल सिस्टम उनको करने नहीं देता है. तो ये बात नहीं कि फाइनेंशियल नहीं है, माइंड नहीं है, इंटेलेक्ट नहीं है, एक करना नहीं देता. जो प्रोफेसर बोल रहे थे, बहुत सारे लोगों के लिए कुछ एंटरप्रेन्योरियल करना लास्ट चॉइस है. नौकरी नहीं लगी, आईआईटी में सिलेक्शन नहीं हुआ, इसलिए ये कर रहे हो. ये माइंडसेट चेंज करना है. तो हम जो सिटीजनशिप एंगेजमेंट की बात करते हैं, जो हम काम करते हैं हमारे लाडो में, उस हम कहीं से बाहर से कोच नहीं लाते, वो गांव के ही लोग करेंगे. और ये बहुत शर्म की बात होगी कि 200 घरों के गांव में अगर आपको एक कोच नहीं मिलेगी हु इज विलिंग टू वॉलंटियर, आप 20 घंटे नहीं लगा सकते समाज के लिए. आप 20 घंटे नेटफ्लिक्स पे लगा दोगे एक वीकेंड में. लोग बोलते हैं पे करके हायर कर लो आप वॉलंटियर. मैंने बोला नहीं, हम पे करके क्यों हायर करें. इतना तो सिविक ईथो होगा कि हम वॉलंटियर करके अपनी सोसाइटी का लेवल ऊपर लाएंगे. अगर वो नहीं है तो होगा. तो एक जो आप सिविक ईथोस की बात कर रहे हैं, उसके लिए कुछ यंगर एज में इटरेटिव कराना जरूरी है. बच्चे फेल होंगे तो दिल बी ओके विद फेलियर। जो मुझे एक आध चीज़ें जो यूएस में मुझे बहुत अच्छी लगी वो ये थी कि हर बच्चा वॉलंटियर करता है। उनके रेज्यूमे पे 12वीं तक में कहीं ना कहीं होगा वी वॉलंटियर हियर हियर हियर। यहाँ आप आ गए, आईआईटी चले गए, आईएम चले गए, नौकरी लग गए, आपने वॉलंटियर नाम की चीज़ ही नहीं की कभी। तो आप कैसे सीखोगे कि समाज से कैसे इंगेज करना है, क्या उनकी प्रॉब्लम्स हैं, कहाँ इक्विटी का लॉस है। इनफैक्ट मिडिल क्लासेस विच नाउ आई कंसिडर माई सेल्फ अ पार्टर, हमको तो सबसे ज़्यादा इनइक्विटी लगती है, हमें ऊपर वाले ही दिखते हैं कि वहाँ नहीं पहुंचे तो हमने कम अचीव किया। सो आई फील व्हाट यू वर सेइंग एट एजुकेशन सिस्टम लेवल, getting kids exposed to volunteering, community engagement, iterative projects, failure, that has to be become a part of our life and living project. That's when we can talk that the social practices have changed. No? So you're asking who has the onus? All of us have, or otherwise nobody has. So did it answer what you were seeking?
Thank you. Thank you. I wanted, thank you very much. I wanted Your Highness to have the last word on this. So that's why I left you to the end.
First of all, if I answer your question simplistically, because there are many other things, which is what can we do to the citizen to make him entrepreneurial? It's a straightforward question. Now, here, are we talking about social entrepreneurialism or entrepreneur by itself?
Well, not necessarily to make them entrepreneurial, but to engage them in entrepreneurial development.
Engage them. Well, first of all, I think it a lot depends on, take India as an example, and people going abroad, like Premlata just said. People went out of India to get jobs, to make money. And many of them wanted to come back to their home. But the children got involved. Here we're seeing a reverse case. But the children got involved in that system, in that education system. So the parents also got stuck. But I think that has changed now. Attitudinally also. There are few and far between, but there are people like Premlata. And that comes from training, comes from creating a thought process, which then again brings us back to education. I think our education system is entirely based on jobs. The individual get a job. You're not made to think outside of that. You're not made to think as a citizen of your country or the world. You're made to think of me, my job, my skills, and where I'm going to be. So I think the first thing is the educational input has to come there. Secondly, I also feel that example is a very good thing. People have become entrepreneurs. Maybe somebody from a village, maybe your next door neighbor, or whoever. But when they see that, it impresses people. And they want to look into that. Again, when you go back, say when I came back from university in 1970, it was 70 itself, the 70s. What did students at that time want? Educated students. They wanted jobs. They wanted to be an engineer or a doctor, or the parents wanted it. Or you, at the most, if you didn't get one of those kind of jobs, you said, I'm a farmer, which is sort of just a laid-back situation. Or you join the family business. There were those options. There were not many options. Today, there are many more options for individuals to do things, and they're doing them. There's the whole media, IT revolution, entertainment, hospitality. All these things are giving individuals an opportunity to move ahead. So I think creating an environment but through education and through government policy is very important. And the example also speaks. Like we have, I'll give you an example. I'm the founder chairman of the Heritage Hotel Association. Now we started with 10 properties who didn't want to get 1 to 5-star rating. They wanted a separate recognition because heritage buildings and heritage properties are different. So with that, and these were the pioneers, these 5, 10, a dozen who started their own homes. They got no help from nobody, but they started. But then once you're able to get that recognition from the Government of India, Department of Tourism, this thing started growing. People saw. And particularly in Rajasthan, we've been the most successful. Movement started here. So today, there are about 100 heritage hotels in Rajasthan, and there are 200 in the whole country. So again, by example, people saw what could happen. The young children of those families, some of them feudal families probably, but or maybe businessmen, they saw an opportunity and they said, okay, some of them have been educated in hospitality, interior design, or finance, but then they applied it immediately to their own home because they saw merit in that. You're doing something not only for your own home, and then along with that comes the whole responsibility factor. It's your village. You have to keep your village clean if you want people to come there. It may be indirectly, but still. And you want the craftspeople to continue their old crafts. You want the musicians to continue their musicians. So it's a two-way factor. You give them employment, but at the same time, the supply chain has to be kept there. So I think example also is a very important motivator.
Thank you very much indeed. I think on that very high note about both the importance of education and the fact that there is a recognition of change that has taken place, that is taking place currently, is a sign of possible developments of the future, which is not of the same kind that we have had to date. I wish to thank all the speakers for some really interesting insights on the subject, which I hope has paved the way for further discussions in the different sessions that follow. And they address the question of what does entrepreneurship mean to them from a philosophical perspective, application perspective, the context in which these things happen, the social change and redistribution, the role of institutions and how we need to adapt to the idea of new institutions and how the community itself can act as institutions. And finally, the issue about how do we actually engage citizens in the actual redistribution of ideas related to entrepreneurship and social change. High up in the Himalayas, near the Sikkim border, there's an extraordinary small community of farmers who find it very difficult to farm, particularly thanks to climate change, of water, ice melting. And the only way that they could have decided that they could survive was to try and preserve as much as possible the ice by building an extraordinary ice tower. And in this ice tower, they preserve as much as possible the ice through natural climatic conditions and let the ice melt beyond after a certain period of time. But during that period, the first thing is the conservation of water in ice. The second thing is they've carved out in that ice tower a cafe through which they sell products that they make locally for tourists and indeed for the local community. So it has become both a storehouse as well as an engine for entrepreneurial development. None of this has involved anybody other than the community of farmers who are located there. None of this has involved government. None of this has involved anybody beyond their own community. So the institution of the community, their own conceptualization of entrepreneurship has led to the kind of change that they can work out for themselves. That is where we are at today. So thank you very much again, all the speakers. Thank you very much for participating, but I'm being told that you should stay put, that you cannot change from where you are at the moment. And therefore, something else is going to happen, which I believe Sneha will initiate. Thank you all very much again.
Thanks a lot, the speaker as well as the chair, for this brilliant session. And I think the session has brilliantly mapped the philosophical and the ecosystemic tenets of entrepreneurship as a social movement. And as we progress through the day, we will be coming into individual factors of the ecosystem and how we can collaboratively contribute in shaping and nurturing the same to build a conducive environment for entrepreneurship. Now, I will actually like to call upon stage Professor Shurojit Ghosh, the Acting Director of IIT Jodhpur, to hand out small tokens of appreciation to the speakers on stage. Thank you all. Now we will proceed for lunch and resume the session again at 2:30. Oh, and Professor Banerjee's gift will be sent on WhatsApp, as I can hear. So I would really like to see how that technology has progressed that way, where we can actually parcel a complete token of appreciation in through social media. So I'm eagerly waiting for that.
Thank you so much. Thank you all.
Thank you. And we will resume the session again at 2:30 post-lunch.
सीमांत दास सीमांत दास ओके यहाँ ठोका इसको फिर यहाँ से आपका कौन सा इंक्स तो अच्छा इसे पकड़ लेके हाँ आ गया फिर कौन सा ये मेरी सर आ गई इसमें तो मेरी सारी पोल खुल गई इसमें तो यार so this will be PPT emerging field of skilling public policy ये तो नहीं पब्लिक पॉलिसी नहीं आ गया
This is for international conference का टाइटल होना चाहिए. इंटरनेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस. हाँ आ गया ना, सही पकड़ा.
चेक करेंगे.
हाँ सेट करके रख लो ताकि जब मौका आए ना तो उसको टाइम वेस्ट नहीं ऑडियंस का. मुझे भी बता दीजिए हाउ टू ऑपरेट सो दैट. सही हो गया. धन्यवाद. इसने ये पकड़ भी लिया, ये किंगस्टन है भाई. हैं अच्छा ओके नाउ लेट मी. अच्छा ये हो गया फिर. दिस इज फर्स्ट और फॉरवर्ड. दिस इज कॉर्ड पेज. वो है लेजर है इसमें. हाँ अरे यार यहाँ तो कर रहा है. नहीं उधर कर रहा है. नहीं एक्चुअली यहाँ तो ये प्लेजर है, वहाँ लेजर है ना. तो ये प्लेजर है.
वो हो गया सर.
नहीं क्यों नहीं आ रहा हूँ
एक्चुअली सर प्रोजेक्टर से भी तो लेजर ही
आ रहा है ना.
आ जाएंगे तो
थोड़ा प्रोमिनेंट दिखता है.
हाँ वो फिर लेजर प्रिंटर प्रोजेक्टर ही है ना.
इसको क्या कहते हैं? प्रेजेंटेशन डैशबोर्ड. व्हाट इज कॉल्ड?
पीसी है से वो प्रेजेंटेशन पैनल भी बोल सकते हैं. सब मतलब कंबाइन.
So okay, so now एक बार just to guide me, so when I come out to the stage, I go to no even that थोड़ा सीख तो लेना. अच्छा
हाँ सर. तो इसको पहले आप
इस पे जाना.
मिनिमाइज कर.
चलो ये मिनिमाइज कर ले. ये वाला मिनिमाइज किया. देन पीपीटी को आया
खुला हुआ है.
पीपीटी पे गए. हाँ
प्रेजेंटेशन फुल स्क्रीन.
ये वाला स्लाइड शो वाला. फिर ये हो गया. देन लॉग आउट इसको करें यहीं से कर. नहीं जब
कम हो जाएगा तो सर एसपी मैं दिखा दूंगा.
ओके ठीक है. अब वापस. नाउ आई वांट टू फॉलो द कमांड.
ये हो गया. ये अभी अब खत्म हो गया ना. तब इन तक अब जब जाएंगे आ जाएगा. दसो उसके बाद राइट क्लिक करके
एंड खैर ये वो मुझे करने की जरूरत नहीं है. मैं तो अपना वहां तक पहुंच जाऊंगा. जैसे यहाँ तक हो गया ना. वो एक्चुअली थैंक्स वाला बनाना भूल गया था. लास्ट में थैंक्स बनाते हैं हैं. बना लो. बना ही दो. एक देयर कैन बी लास्ट स्लाइड. इसी या उसी को वो कर दे ताकि खत्म हो जाए. इसमें आ जाएगा. लास्ट वाली पे जाओ. लास्ट वाली पे
तो कर रहा है.
हाँ लास्ट पे एक डाल लो. थैंक्स वो जो उस पर बना नहीं करता ना. तो उस नेक्स्ट पे डाल देते हैं. थैंक्स फॉर योर
और your attention.
for your thanks for your attention. That's all. तो थैंक्स सूखा नहीं दिया था ना. कुछ किस बात के लिए दिया. थैंक्स फॉर योर. इसको पोजिशनिंग कर दो. थैंक्स लाइक Yes. Thank you, Das. Das Babu, no?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Das. Namaskar. So, there is a saying in English that if you sweat it out in peace time, you bleed less in war. तो शांति काल में पसीना पसीना बहाया, अब युद्ध में खून नहीं बहेगा. ठीक है. Thank you. God bless. Now we are prepared.
Yes, sir.
Stop.
Hello, hello, hello. Hello. Hello.
Hi, can you hear me? Hello.
Hello. Hello.
Yeah, can you hear me? Am I audible?
Hello.
Yes. Am I audible?
Yes, yes, you are.
Okay.
You are
So
visible
is
too.
there anyone else? I can just see Office of SME host and podium co-host. That's it. I
Yeah. So the session is running a bit late, about 14:30. Oh, okay. So we'll start around 2:30. Yeah, that's
sorry, what time?
30 or 2.
I can't hear you. What time is the session, please?
2:30, sir.
2:30. Oh, I thought it was 2. 2:30 to 4 o'clock, correct?
Yes, sir. Yes, yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
You can stay logged in, and we'll give you a heads up once we've prepared here for the session.
Okay, okay. I'll just put it on mute and keep the laptop out here. That's it.
Sure. Okay, sir. काम करो ना, ये ऑफ कर दो ना, ये ऑफ करो, प्रोजेक्टर चेंज करो। आप जाओ ना। जल्दी जाओ ना भाई, ये सब देख लेंगे तो अभी देखो वो करना है ना। हाँ ले ली। ओके। हाँ चेंज कीजिए। वो चेंज कीजिए कैमरा, वो प्रोजेक्टर चेंज कीजिए। हाँ वो प्रोजेक्टर चेंज कीजिए ना, प्रोजेक्टर चेंज कीजिए, प्रोजेक्टर वो उसमें लगाइए। जल्दी कीजिए, विक्रम नहीं है, प्रोजेक्टर चेंज कीजिए ना वहाँ पे, वो विक्रम। प्रोजेक्टर अपना वाला लगाइए, ये सब लोग देख लेंगे तो बाद में दिखाने के क्या फायदा होगा। प्रोजेक्टर अपना वाला लगाइए ना, अपना वाला लैपटॉप में, अपना वाला लैपटॉप लगा दीजिए अभी। अपना वाला प्रोजेक्टर में लीजिए, अपना वाला लैपटॉप जो है उसमें लीजिए, दो मिलेगा वहाँ पे कंप्यूटर। कहाँ है? हाँ कहाँ पे हो, कहाँ पे हो, हेलो, ये आओ। अपना वाला लगाइए अभी, अपना वाला लगाइए प्रोजेक्टर। सर अपना वाला लगाए वो लैपटॉप लैपटॉप लगाओ लैपटॉप अपना वाला लैपटॉप वहाँ पे जो लगा है अभी पोडियम वाला नहीं दूसरा वाला लैपटॉप जो है ना वहाँ पे वो लगाओ HDMI कनेक्टेड है ना हो जाएगा ऐसे ही रखिए कोई इशू नहीं है ऐसे ही रखिए हो जाएगा कौन सी रेस
Hello.
हाँ सर agree here join yes sir qualities of the photograph sir
Has he understood that his the voice and everything is okay? Professor Bagri?
it is okay sir
Where is Professor Bagri? Okay. And where is the Mr. Shinbuktu? Both conversation happened. Oh, ठीक है.
क्वालिटी इतना अच्छा नहीं है सर फोटो
जितना है उतनी है क्या है उसमें?
हाँ पोडियम चला दो
Yes, Professor. You are in the right meeting. You are in the right meeting.
Okay, लगा दो पोडियम
Shimanto.
yes sir
Okay. No, we'll just say, just we have to communicate. He's not able to hear anything.
okay
Yeah.
please say something
Professor Bagri, can you hear me now? You are on mute, Professor. Professor? No, he is not able to hear. I think, Professor, you are not able to hear me, right? Through. What I'll do right now is I will mute my phone and I am speaking from the microphone here connected to the WebEx, and we'll see if you are able to hear me. I'll just mute my phone. Just give me a second. Mute हो गया? Professor, are you able to hear me? Hello, Professor? No, I don't think he's able to hear. Professor, would you please reconnect once?
Yeah, now I can hear. Now I can hear.
Yeah, we can hear you now. Okay. Yeah, I think it's fine. Would you like us to just check the video feed also once?
Sure.
Yes, Professor, you are visible. No, all
You're
clear.
visible? Okay, good. So I can go off video and I'll mute myself. Okay.
Yeah, we'll begin at 2:30. Yes.
Thank you. Just tell me whenever you folks are ready. You'll take another 10-15 minutes, I presume?
15 minutes, yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks, Professor. वो ठीक नहीं है तो कोई बात नहीं होगा. कुछ तो ठीक है ना?
देखिए
कुछ नहीं कुछ फोटो तो कर रहे हैं, बढ़िया है ना? पहला वाला दिखाओ. हाँ, वाला दिखाओ. ठीक है. एक दो बीच में प्रॉब्लम होगा, बट बाकी ठीक.
So is there any chronology or नंबर वाला चेक करो, 2 नंबर वाला चेक करो, 2 नंबर वाला चेक करो विक्रम, यहाँ पे देखो, 2 नंबर में, 2 नंबर रिकॉल करो ना, नहीं तो 3 नंबर होगा विक्रम। हाँ 2 नंबर वाला, 2 नहीं आ रहा, प्रीसेट में जाओ, प्रीसेट में दोनों, यहाँ पे, यहाँ पे ये वाला नहीं, 2 कैमरा नहीं भाई, मैंने प्रीसेट बोल रहा हूँ। पहले जो हम लोगों ने प्रीसेट बनाया था ना, एक ट्रैकिंग कैमरा में प्रीसेट जो था, 1 नंबर, 3 नंबर, 2 नंबर, कैमरा चेंज करो। और इसमें इसमें 2 नंबर लो, 2 नंबर भी, अभी 2 नंबर लो। ओके, अभी थोड़ा
इस तरफ तो चेहरा कहाँ है?
अभी कोई दिक्कत नहीं, यहाँ पे ठीक है। ओके, अभी 1 नंबर करके रखो, नहीं तो वो करो, ऑडियंस का दिखाओ, ऑडियंस वाला जो है ना कैमरा, ऑडियंस वाला लो, दोनों कैमरा घुमा के रखे हो तुम, एक कैमरा तू ये सेंस करो, ऑडियंस में लो, ये वाला कैमरा ऑडियंस में लो, ऊपर देख रहे हो ना, ये वाला
पोडियम ऊपर, पोडियम पे ऊपर।
हाँ, वेट वेट, हाँ हाँ, अभी दिखाओ, थोड़ा जूम आउट करो, जूम आउट, ये म्यूट है ना। बताओ थोड़ा, में क्यों जा रहे हो? पहले जैसे रखे थे ना हम लोग, पूरा आदमी को करके, पूरा भी जूम, हाँ वो काम करो, 3 बार, सब ऐसे 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 3 बार करो,
हाँ सही सही।
पूरा पूरा, और थोड़ा, और थोड़ा, ओके ओके, बढ़िया भाई।
Yes, sir. Yeah. सुनील जी
So, welcome back, and I hope you all had a sumptuous meal. Now we will be proceeding on to the second session for the day, networks, ecosystems, and cultural dynamics. The session will primarily focus on the existing entrepreneurial and engagement business models that are there to nurture the entrepreneurial ecosystem in India. And it will also take into account the investors who are active in the cultural and creative space. The session will identify the creative entrepreneurial ecosystem in India and also talk about the underpinning financial networks and cultural dynamics that shape the ecosystem. And the session will conclude by highlighting the current good practices and the necessity to facilitate purposeful collaboration between the same to involve grassroots participation in research, design, methods, and implementation. So we have a very interesting speaker panel in this session, starting with Mr. Jonathan Kennedy, Director, Arts, British Council, India, Dr. Marian Erdo, Director, Hungarian Cultural Center, Delhi, and Cultural Counselor, Embassy of Hungary, New Delhi. Dr. Prakash Bagri, Associate Dean, Corporate Engagements and Clinical Associate Professor at Indian School of Business. He will be joining us virtually in the session. Mr. Lloyd Mathias, angel investor and business strategist. He's with us physically. And Mr. Shubho Sengupta, Director, Media and Creative, MyGov India, who will also be joining us virtually. Our two virtual panelists are already with us. Yes, we can see our virtual panelists as well. Welcome on board, sir. And the session will be chaired by Mr. Shantanu Bhonjo, Operating Partner, the Convergence Foundation, and Special Advisor to the Chairperson at Ashoka University. So I will now hand over the mic to Mr. Bhonjo to initiate the session. Thank you.
Thank you very much. As she said, the whole idea of that sumptuous meal was to make people feel very sleepy. And we're trying to offset that by having the lights on as strongly as possible so that people in the middle of discussing cultural ecosystems. Is this working? Yep. In the middle of discussing ecosystems, networks, and cultural dynamics, so people don't go to sleep. The objection I have with this sort of seating is that we are not forming a closed network. And that's what we will try, hopefully by the end of the session. We'll figure out how by coming together closely, how we form networks, and how therefore the conversations becomes much more engaging and things move forward in a much closer, seamless manner. I'll start off by saying on discussing ecosystems, networks, and culture dynamics. I'm certainly not an expert and therefore feels very, very nerve-wracking almost to speak in front of so many, you heard so many doctors, PhDs, and so on, and specialists in their own spheres. But I'll try to spur the conversation on, which is why we have the slides also in order to just sort of keep it forward. My two connections with this subject are, one is what I do today. I work in a social sector investment, entrepreneurship investment firm called the Convergence Foundation. That the idea of the Convergence Foundation is to bring various parties together who are at different parts or in different spheres to create an ecosystem. Therefore, that's something which I do for a living. The other connection, which I was talking with the panelists before, was And I come from a family which was part, many, many years back, 3, 4 generations back, part of setting up the Shantiniketan University that Tagore created. And my grandfather was actually part of creating Tagore's first experiment with setting up handicrafts and rural uh, employment university or department within the university called Sriniketan. And therefore, I grew up seeing various people involved in pottery and handicrafts in various forms of uh, handicrafts and trying to make it an employment, make it a job, creating a network, creating an ecosystem. And that's something that I will go back to in the course of our discussions. But really, starting off the discussion, I wanted to start off asking the panelists on networks and ecosystems, which is really something that we talk about very often in business, which we talk about when we talk about tech ecosystems, tech networks. That's something which we wanted to see what we could borrow from the world of business, from the world of academics, from the world of government, and see what are ecosystems and networks, and how could they potentially be of advantage when we are thinking of creating something in the social network space that the larger overall conference is on the basis of. So I'll go over therefore to my respected panelists and ask them to share a bit about what they think about when they think of networks, ecosystems. And when I say that, I'm also requesting Dr. Bagri, Prakash, and Shubho to uh, at any time raise their hands and speak about the subject on their mind. Yeah? But maybe we'll start off with Jonathan.
Thank you. And thank you very much for inviting me here to speak this afternoon. I'm very pleased to be here. My background before I joined the British Council was as a theatre producer in the UK. So that in itself is a network. Making theatre requires a network of people around you to actually be the entrepreneur to produce the theatre show. I'll talk about that a bit more separately. But in terms of the work at British Council that we've been doing in the past 3 or 4 years, we've been researching the creative economy and culture industries in India, especially during the 18 months or so of the pandemic. Try to understand what's been the impact of lockdown and closures across different segments of the creative industries. So festivals, crafts, publishing, literature, the performing arts, music industry, film industry. Understand what is the sector in India and how does it function and what's been the impact of the pandemic. And we know from that research, which is called Taking the Temperature, that 88% of the arts sector in India are MSMEs, micro, small, and mid-scale enterprises, which requires you to be entrepreneurial because that's the nature of being a small and mid-scale enterprise. Government institutions are different. But when you're an MSME, you have to be entrepreneurial to survive. And the business models of small enterprises is usually a combination of earned income and what you raise, which is different in the UK, where you have the government department. Similar to here, you have the government of Ministry for Culture or the Ministry for Tourism, and they invest in certain organizations or sectors. UK, Department for Culture, Media and Sport invests in the main national museums directly, but then they then fund the Arts Council of England, who then passes on the funding to all of the arts companies across the country that are funded by the Arts Council. And generally speaking, the funding model is a third from the Arts Council, A third you earn every year, and a third you raise every year from trusts and foundations and sponsorships and commercial activity. So that model requires you to be entrepreneurial because nothing is sacred. Nothing is there forever. You have to earn at least 2/3 of your income every single year. So that, in the headlines, means you have to be resilient, inventive, imaginative, adaptable, not stuck in your certain ways, in order for you as an entrepreneur to survive in the arts sector. And I think that is true the world over. 60% of the world's creative economy is in the informal economy. And in India, that is huge because 200 million people in India work in the crafts economy. It's the second biggest after agriculture. So really that spirit of entrepreneurism is intrinsic to how you have to function, especially if you work in the crafts industry as a woman, where once you're working on the land, on the farm, then you are the homemaker, then you are the crafts person and the designer, and then you are the salesperson, the entrepreneur. All of these are part of what makes an entrepreneur fly and survive in India. But it's tough. It's tough because that backing isn't always there from other kind of ways that the other bits of the world operate. So, but it does mean that that spirit of entrepreneurship is intrinsic to India, I think.
Yep, Dr. Miriam.
Thank you, Jonathan. I think that he was the most mainly academic side. I'm trying not to be academic, also because of my background. So actually, I have a juridical background. So I practice in international law close to climate change and migration, which is in connection with one of the topics I'm bringing here today. I tried from this culture background I'm having right now to have a kind of entertainment side. I arrived here with three, let's say, good practices from Hungary. And very strangely, when I started to work on the topic, I realized that all three has Indian connection. So in somehow, at some point of the discussion, I will bring them up for you. Also, I wanted to add to the introduction that obviously I will talk about the Hungarian good practices. I don't have really the view on the Indian practices, but Hungarians are a bit like Indians, that we are everywhere in the world. And also that time in the 1930s when Shantiniketan was founded by Tagore, I just would like to add that there were two Hungarians there. So one of them, Gyula Germanus, he led the Islamic department. And there was a mother with her daughter, Brunner. They are called the Brunners. I don't know if there's anybody who knows about them. They came here in the 1930s, actually, and they spent their entire life here. And the Hungarian Cultural Center is here to promote the Hungarian culture. Obviously, and India is planning to celebrate her art, their arts next year.
Thank you, Dr. Marian. Sorry, Shantanu, all good? Is this better? Okay. I just want to contextualize it with a key point, with your permission, Shantanu. I think what I want to contrast the challenge for Indian cultural entrepreneurs or Indians in the craft space is that there hasn't been a robust enabling ecosystem. And we've seen this happen across entrepreneurship in all other fields. If you look at the whole Startup India that was kicked off in 2016, it's given rise to a whole generation of entrepreneurs. And the key drivers to this are two enabling ecosystems. The first is that the easy availability of funding. Today you have any young bright person fresh out of college with a good idea can pitch to a bunch of investors and raise some seed capital and get started. And it's a fairly easy process. A couple of decades ago, that was unthinkable. Right? If you didn't have a rich parent to bankroll you, you were condemned to, live a kind of working life. That's changed. The other, of course, is the sheer spread of the internet. You're talking of 750 million people in India having an internet connection. And again, the point of inflection was 2016 when Geo came in and made voice free. And today, India has the lowest data prices in the world, right? And therefore the largest consumption. People, consuming huge amounts of internet data, watching YouTube videos and whatnot. So do these two things enable entrepreneurship to take off? I think the challenge that we should be looking at is why has this not spread deeply enough to the cultural area? Specifically, given that India has a large, depth in terms of culture, and as Dr. Jonathan pointed out, there's a whole lot of small entrepreneurs who make a living out of cultural produce. I think that enabling ecosystem has to get to them, and that can provide or that can unleash a lot of Indian entrepreneurship in the cultural space, and which can change things quite significantly. Shantanu.
Prakash.
Okay, hello and thank you, Shantanu. I hope everyone can hear me clearly. First of all, my apologies for having to drop out at the last moment because of some exigency. And thank you for inviting me on the topic of the role of networks, ecosystems, and cultural dynamics, specifically for entrepreneurship when we look at it in the social side. I'll spend the next minute giving a quick background about myself because it's germane to the thoughts which I want to introduce over here. I am a metro city boy, and my first experience with village life was 2 months into my first job when Unilever took me into the hearts of Uttar Pradesh, and I spent a good few months over there, which was an eye opener. I spent about a decade in the FMCG industry, which obviously brought me much more deeper into our understanding of the length and breadth of India. And my next decade plus was in the world of high tech. I've been an academic for the past year, and particular focus in terms of what are the lessons which we can pick up from the high tech industry and see its relevance in the context of the business world. And a particular area of interest for me is the social sector. And I'll kind of stitch all of these together. A classical definition of entrepreneurship has been, in fact, best represented by the picture of a person who starts by doing some basic R&D, becomes the technician, creates the product, does sales and marketing, does the accounts, lands up to do after sales service and everything else. I want to introduce my first thought saying that need not be the picture of entrepreneurship moving forward in today's world. And I'll explain why. The reason why we talk about networks and ecosystems today is not because it's new. Networks and ecosystems have always been there. It's just that over the last 60, 70 years, we have had a few seminal themes of technology which have emerged in the world. And as a consequence of this technology, and I think Lloyd kind of referred to it just with the context of the internet explosion, but there's a lot more. As a consequence of this technology, the way in which we look at business has changed completely. For example, in today's day and world, you don't need to move in a linear fashion. The classical relay race, where only after the first lap is completed do you get onto the second lap and so on and so forth. And therefore, if I were an entrepreneur after I created a product, I had to figure out how to go about setting up the entire distribution chain, how to basically have my shop front and stuff like that. But in the digital world, that is no longer essential. While this has been happening, we live in a world which has been variously defined as a VUCA world. It's volatile, it's uncertain, it's ambiguous. To put it in a short term, there are lots of unknowns in this today's day and age. And it is impossible, willy-nilly impossible, for any single entity to figure all of it out, develop the capabilities in order to address it, and create an integrated system which they can take to market. While this has been happening, we are also living through fast change. So let's keep both of these at the background and fast forward to how have new age businesses really evolved. And for that, I want to kind of shift focus to Silicon Valley, and then we'll come to Bangalore. The reason why Silicon Valley has been called the hard bread or the core of entrepreneurship and innovation as we know it in the modern world is because it could ensure the commingling of three very important vectors. The first one was academia, okay? The second one was government and government-initiated research, and the third one was business and enterprise. And the reason why we have seen the green shoots of that happening in Bangalore is accidentally, Bangalore always had academia, at least for the last 100+ years. It also, for the last 70, 80 years, had government research institutions. And finally, large-scale businesses started operating over there. And that's why it's led to this entire innovation ecosystem. So these are the four themes which I want to kind of bring together, which is what is our definition of entrepreneurship in today's day and age, and particularly in the context of the social movement, and does it need to change? What is our expectations of an entrepreneur? How are we going to harness the feasibilities and the possibilities of this digital age in order to redefine and reaccelerate the whole opportunities of creating a difference? And number three, what are how are we going to basically leverage these three building blocks? Or if there's a fourth one, obviously the fourth one does happen to be the right government initiatives. And in fact, if one goes back to perhaps one of the biggest social movements of modern India, which is the White Revolution, Dr. Kurian, you see all three of them being there, as well as the drive from the government to take it forward. So how are we going to leverage these together in terms of creating the right, and I don't like to use the word business model, but the social model, which helps us to truly use the cultural aspects and take it to scale? I'll pass it over to you.
Shubho?
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for the warm, welcome. And I was listening to my co-panelists, very interesting insights. So I'll quickly introduce myself, Shubho. And I mean, I've spent a long time in advertising, in traditional advertising in the last century, and kind of moved to digital about 15 years back. So I'm, an analog guy in a digital world by and large. So though my core skill set is advertising, I've moved into other things. Currently, I'm with the government, the IT ministry, at a unit called MyGov, which is the Government of India's citizen engagement platform. It's a two-way, kind of conversation between citizens and governments. And, I'm also kind of actually moving on to something called Mission Karma Yogi, which is a special delivery vehicle, as they call it, for upskilling civil servants, IAS officers, and so on. And, e-learning is, basically the delivery medium. Anyway, so great to see everyone here, and especially Lloyd, who's a very old friend, and he was my client again in the last century. Okay, and wonderful to see everyone here. So what I was thinking about it this morning. What I really want to bring to the table is the term social entrepreneur is kind of new, especially in a digital format, digital template. But India is a country of social entrepreneurs. They've been around since, I don't know, many centuries. And the village, small service provider in a village, or everything is very informal, in our country, and anarchic and so on. So, social entrepreneurship is, something I think all of us know, perhaps not the term, but we're familiar with how the ecosystem works. Now, what I find interesting in the last, like Lloyd mentioned, since 2016, ever since Geo and, now 5G and other things came in, and they're already talking about 6G, is, how is digital going to change the game? How is, digital going to mainstream, social entrepreneurs? That is what is of interest to me in the government. And we have, we have a lot of scale. Some of you may have heard of, the CSCs, the common service centers. There are about, I think, I don't know, many lakhs of common service centers, where they're basically small entrepreneurs running small shops which deliver government services, but they're also entrepreneurs. They can sell whatever they want online and so on, right? So there are all these huge networks. And being a advertising person, so-called creative guy, the one thing that comes to my mind is storytelling. I think the power of storytelling is immense for all kinds of social, cultural entrepreneurs, especially. I think, right? And I go to a lot of seminars of for profit, the Shark Tank kind of places, and also forums like these. Storytelling is something, unfortunately, not too many take very seriously. Yet, social entrepreneurs especially have such fantastic, depth of, wealth of stories. Culture stories. The fit is obvious. You don't have to explain it. But people kind of, co-founders, whatever, people in the sector, they kind of straight away jump into profit and loss books, and what's the big scalable idea, and funding and so on. So that is a little unfortunate. And I was at a this big seminar a couple of days back, and there was someone called Rajan Anandan, Sequoia. Some of you might know him. And Rajan was talking about, if you're an entrepreneur, you better have your story right. Unless you have a, good story, unless you're a storyteller, you're not going to move too far. Maybe you could pump in a lot of money, funding, etc., and have some short-term successes. But in the long term, you need to have stories. And that was a kind of ting moment for me. And that's what I want to bring to today's discussion. And I also work with some nonprofits. I've been doing it for the last 20 years or so, partly because my wife is in the social space, and I kind of do it gratis, pro bono, whatever. And the first thing I try and do is sit down with them and kind of understand their story. And a lot of people who do the most interesting, exciting work in Northeast, the jungles of Northeast, or Ladakh, or Chhattisgarh, or whatever, really fabulous stories. And they say, they look at blankly when I ask them to tell them their stories. They don't know, because they've got this thing into their heads that being a social entrepreneur is all about Excel sheets and profit and loss and so on. They don't understand how human emotions work in marketing. Marketing is all about human emotions, as Lloyd will definitely agree with me. It's about storytelling, it's about emotions. So perhaps it's not the only thing in the platter that we are about to discuss today, but it's a very important thing to my mind, and something that's really ignored. And but I think, thanks to digital, whether you call it social media or whatever you want to, I think that time has come. Thank you.
The idea of storytelling, of course, is something which is very interesting. But even for storytelling, you need an audience out there to tell the story to. And I think the ecosystem that we're speaking about is that which creates the ecosystem, because that creates the audience. Because as someone said, an an entrepreneur's life is very, very lonely. You're going out, and most of the time you're taking risk. You're going out and doing something that others have not done. And therefore, what an ecosystem is really doing is providing you a support network. It's providing you a bench of mentors, advisors, people who will challenge you. And yes, I think to Shubha's point, you need a story to tell them, to engage with them. And the ecosystem is really that. But really also the network. And I want us to step back from thinking of both the network and the ecosystem as being only something which is digital. You go out to a village, it doesn't need to be digital. You need to still connect to the ecosystem around you, to the suppliers, to the people who will come in and buy stuff that you make. So let us define, for the purpose of our discussion, networks and ecosystem in its broadest manner, which is you who is working alone. Can you really do social enterprise by yourself? Can you do any entrepreneurship yourself? Or do you need this ecosystem of investors, advisors, customers, all of that? And how do you build a network that supports you, that builds you, that connects you to the best of university, government, all of the knowledge base around that helps you move forward? Now, in that context, I think the next sort of question that we could ask ourselves is, how can networks be developed to create collective effort in resourcing new ideas, in leveraging institutional capabilities and engaging citizens? So how could you really build an ecosystem, keeping in mind that you want to engage citizens, that you want to leverage institutional capabilities, that you want to build on new ideas? Because without that, no entrepreneurship, no enterprise can really become large and scale. And how do you really build that? What are those features that you want to build into an ecosystem that will further the cause of building something to scale? Again, we could go by the same order. Yeah.
I'll take an example and I'll tell a story and then I'll talk about networks. So the story of making theatre requires a network of people to make the theatre. It probably takes about 30 people behind the stage to get that one actor on the stage. So when I was back in the UK making theatre, we would take 2 years before actually anybody would actually hit the stage in front of an audience like this. Because you'd have to commission the writer, option the play, R&D it, test it out with some actors in the first place to see, does this play work? Is the story working? Then you find a theatre to take it to. You have to then go into production. A production requires a director, the writer, the actors, the costume designers, the costume makers, the lighting designer, the sound designer, the set designer, the stage management backstage. All of these are jobs that are part of the network that goes about making that piece of theatre. Then there is a theatre, there's the marketing staff, the outreach staff, the ticket sales, the front of house staff. So hundreds of people actually involved in the process of probably getting that one show on stage. So that is a network that you need to have in order to be able to survive and sustain that theatre making process. You think about what it means in the India context. Theatre works very differently. You've got ancient theatre going back thousands of years, and then you've got new writing, which is in these kind of pockets across the country. But the theatre audience in India works very differently. It's either used to going to the theatre and not paying, or going to the theatre and the show runs for 2 or 3 nights and he's done. So all of that infrastructure is very different. And it's not comparable to the UK. There are similar processes, but it's not the same. So I wouldn't try and apply a model from the UK into India. Say if you're taking a show into London in the West End, you'd expect that to run for at least 3 months. And if that does well, it'll extend for a year, 5 years, 10 years. The commercial producers in the West End are backed by angels as investors, very commercial operation, who expect to make a return on their investment as a percentage. So all the big shows of the West End, Les Miserables, Phantom of the Opera, were backed by angels in the first instance, and are now running 10, 20, 30 years on in some cases, well repaying those investors in the first place with those royalties that they are now receiving from that initial investment. So there are ways of looking at it into how you can leverage the asset and then really sweat it over a long time. So there are models that are applicable, but it's just how we think about it. Maybe it's a more micro level. Thinking about networks, and something that we've been doing in India in the past 3 or 4 years. So we know the festivals network across India is really enormous. It's huge numbers of festivals, public festivals, private festivals, all surviving in different ways, some with philanthropists behind, some on ticket sales, and some in combinations of government backing and then public tickets and ticket sales as well. The entrepreneurial festivals have all of that in their mixture in many ways. But how do they survive? And how do they survive when you're faced with, as we've all experienced, a pandemic, when suddenly you can't really function? So we've developed a festivals academy, which effectively trains festival managers in the business of making a festival. How to do a business plan, how to do marketing, how to fundraise, how to have your vision and mission and values established, how to use a network. And then that network now of festivals who've been on the courses are their own network now. So then they've got WhatsApp groups and they're constantly sharing ideas and exchanging. So suddenly the technology, the ideas, the network established means it becomes more self-sustaining because they're not operating in isolation any longer. They are now part of something bigger than their own festival. And I think consortium models are really the way to think of how we can help share knowledge from each other. Because then it becomes, you're not going to repeat if somebody else has already been there and is able to share that with you and just help you think differently about what you're going to do. So I think that's where the value of network is really important. Part of the past year to mark India's anniversary of independence, British Council has run a program called India UK Together, a Season of Culture. And we've had 2,000 artists nearly working in the main in India as part of the season. That's now going to be a network that we can turn to really see what have you learned, what have we learned from you, and how can we help sustain that network even further.
Is it okay or still echoing? Okay. I would like to divide in two parts my intervention. Actually, it was a key word. I think it was a very good word. That is the storytelling. And coming back to your question, Shantanu, so what's the importance of the networks? Sorry to being personal. I'm here as the director of the Hungarian culture. I'm here to networking and to sell my product, which is the Hungarian culture, actually. And it's a very interesting job to sell a Hungarian product in the Indian ecosystem. And yes, networking is very important. As I mentioned, I'm here for that. So please check on the List Institute Facebook site. And, on the other hand, the storytelling. So doing my job, I realized recently that it's very important, mainly in India, I think, but in the other parts of the world, there is 26 culture centers, Hungarian culture centers the world. And obviously, everybody has to adopt his or her strategy to the ecosystem where we are working. And myself, I realized that me as culture center here in India, I have two brands. One brand is Amrita Shergill, who was half Hungarian, half Indian, and the other is Alexander Csomadekörös, who is much less known, I guess. But I can build my strategy to sell my product with these two brands and with the story what I'm building around these two persons. So yes, networking, it's very, very important. Which is more tricky in culture that we are not profit orientated. In Hungary, the culture is under the Ministry of Culture and Innovation, which is very interesting because for the future, I think that it can be very interesting and promising for upcoming projects in these ecosystems and these networks, but which is a tricky question and part in our job. That culture is normally it's not profit orientated. But why are we here? I don't know. Is it the same for the British Council or the Hungarian? We are part of the government. We are part of the entire politics. And actually, it's a open secret that the culture is here to do culture diplomacy is to serve economic reasons. So if it's not directly, even the job is profit orientated in somehow. And my second idea about just to after Jonathan, actually it's coming from theater, and I mentioned that I'm bringing here examples. Strangely, all the three examples have a connection with minorities. So in Hungary, quite since long time, in 1998, there was some lady who had the idea to found a theater. It's called the Baltazar Theater, with mentally disabled people. So this is the minority part. These are mainly trisomic actors, and she built up with her networks, because she has a theater background. She built up an entire ecosystem. So they have an art center, they have a restaurant coffee where all the employees have this disability, giving them job. They have an entire repertoire, and in brackets, they came in 2020 to India. They performed in Mumbai and NCPA. I don't know, I think that it's too complicated. I brought some pictures, but yeah. Yeah, that's why. Yeah, so here is the Indian connection, but I wanted to tell with that this initiative can achieve double objectives. First, obviously, to draw the attention of the public on these disabled people who can be 100% a member of the society, and also bringing on the ecosystem of theaters something really new and unknown, because the Baltazar Theater became an entire part of the Hungarian theater palette. Thank you.
Thank you, Shantanu. I'm going to address the question on how can networks be developed by talking through 4 specific points. I think the one thing that we can do, and this is not just for the government, but let's say academia, the private-public partnership, is the building of cultural incubation centers, which is how do we skill and train cultural entrepreneurs to up their skill, to up their game, to address a global audience, right? So creating, what is very common within, let's say, uh, the investment ecosystem. You have the Atal Innovation Labs, you have a lot of colleges having incubation centers where entrepreneurs can tinker around, can research, can plan out their idea. So I really think we need to create, for starters, about 10 or 15 incubation centers where people with a cultural orientation can experiment, or who have a small business can actually, come and work their art. The second, and building partially on what Shubho spoke, is we need to build on specific themes. As a nation, India has to, let's say, create specific areas. Could it be in the performing arts? Could it be around health and Ayurveda? Could it be about wellness and yoga? Could it be about the diversity of Indian cuisines? Could it be about fabrics and artworks? So the moment you create these specialized verticals, then you can have the equivalents of centers of excellence, where you can get experts at like-minded areas who can come and share their learning and expertise with cultural entrepreneurs. The third, which is fairly obvious, is access to capital, right? That's how do we create easy funding mechanisms by making investors attracted to the culture space. So this means the ability to kind of look at some tax breaks or create some advantages for entrepreneurs to invest in them. And the last, and I think the most ignored, is the whole area of marketing and promotion. Right? Today, we are increasingly in a globalized world where globalized value chains are playing a critical role. How do we let our people in the arts and in the cultural space get access to a global audience? Right? And to access this global audience is more than just getting onto a global platform like an Amazon or a Flipkart, but it's also their ability to actually understand global tastes, tailor make their products and offerings to these audiences, to build some basic skills of digital marketing, to be able to tell their story in a manner of speaking that makes it very critical. So I think a combination of these, the building of incubation centers for upskilling and upgrading their skill, the building of specific themes around which we can create centers of excellence, the access to capital, and building skill around marketing and promotion to reach a global audience would really be the ideal kind of 4-pillar program that will really help set this on its way.
Captured in a number of steps which quite well answer the question. Over to Prakash and Shubho. Yeah.
Okay. I want to just add on to one of the important aspects about networks and ecosystems in today's world. Shantu, I know you said we live in this physical part versus the digital part, but I do want to kind of put in a word of caution over there. We underestimate the ability of and the current presence which anyone in rural India already has as far as the digital network is concerned. Okay, the fact remains that a significant part of the digital economy of the rural economy actually runs on digital networks, starting with your basic phone. It doesn't require high-end enterprise systems to be able to do it. So it's a reality of life that more than 80% of our country is digitally connected. Given that, we continue to think of systems, infrastructure, and networks from a physical mind frame. And the reason I'm kind of highlighting this is one is to build anew, or the second one is to see how can we use existing infrastructure. And we already have every state has its own cultural and handicraft space around over there. Does it really need to be exclusive to states? Why don't we actually first leverage our current infrastructure in a maximum form? And that's where, yes, sure, story tell, integrate it together. But how are we going to use the existing infrastructure which is already there? And how do we optimize it and make it amenable to the realities of today's outreach to a far global audience is perhaps the first thing which I would like to suggest us to consider. The second one is also about the fact that the context of a network need not just be at the two ends. The connections is not just about the mentorship and the financing part of it, but how can we truly provide an ecosystem where different social entrepreneurs can come and leverage each other's capabilities in order to have a stronger presence and outreach. You know, if we look at trying to get each social entrepreneur to have all the building blocks of their own, we are kind of basically making it pyramidal where some will drop out at each stage. If, on the other hand, we truly create an enabling infrastructure where social entrepreneurs can reach out and not just limited to government or someone who else who's basically going to provide them that philanthropic arm, but instead connect with each other, I think we are going to see stronger potential. Amitabha is there and the Bangla Natak team is there. What they have done is not, in fact, in their own efforts, not gone to each and every village and tried to build each and every of those elements themselves. But once you enable an ecosystem, someone comes and provides the place of stay, someone comes and provides the pandal and the decoration for an event, etc. And that same person might come for a particular ball sangeet today, but will tomorrow go on for some other Dokra art-based fair somewhere else. And it's this connection which is truly important, where we allow the social entrepreneurs to basically build upon each other rather than look at the government, MyBAP, kind of providing them all the support, or someone else as a philanthropist basically creating this entire platter where they just come and display their wares and go back. So there's a degree of push which is required in terms of truly enabling the social entrepreneurs to leverage from each other. And I think that's one of the areas which we really need to consider, because it will call for a lot of shift of mind frame from policy making, from enablement itself. And unless policy making kind of takes into account the possibilities of the current era, we will be slightly anachronistic in terms of how we are providing a solution.
Hi, can I speak? I mean, hello, am I audible?
Yes, Shubho, you are.
Okay, great. Yeah, so, very interesting cutaways. So, one thing I'd like to add is, I think the British Council gentleman started off with, this ecosystem of plays, which I found very fascinating. And, the thing is, what has happened is digital technologies, various kinds of technology, not just social media, has, the kind of short circuited, reduced this time to go to market, especially for social entrepreneurs, I mean, you can now organically, which means without spending any money or too much money, if your content is good, or if you've identified your audience, correctly online. And, as we know, there are hundreds of millions of Indians with smartphones in, the most unlikeliest of places. So, the go-to market thing, the marketing funnel, as I think someone was mentioning, has been overturned, right? So now it's even easier. I mean, I know so many, young women who do something called social commerce, right? I mean, they sell stuff on, Instagram Reels, or, there's Meesho and many other platforms, right? And whether you're an aggregator or a manufacturer, or you're into services, I'd definitely like to mention something called ONDC, the government's open network platform, where not just goods but also services can be offered, and there's no large network fees that apply, right? So all these digital innovations are happening, and there are startup hubs all over the place, and now I believe they're beginning to take in cultural entrepreneurs, social entrepreneurs, unlike the 5 years or 10 years back, where there was this huge movement of which I find a little vulgar, if I may use the word, form of startup entrepreneurship, right? It was it's like this get rich fast kind of gig. So anyway, so the market has kind of flattened out, and everyone has the same opportunity. It's not as democratic as one would like it to be, but I think we've taken huge steps in the last 3 or 4 years, especially. And I mean, 5G is already there, and I see a lot of small entrepreneurs, cultural entrepreneurs, using 5G, tomorrow 6G. So the time to go to market in countries like India, and all of us know about UPI, right? I mean, it's a homegrown success. It's you can use UPI in Singapore and some other countries, I believe. So there's this truly made in India kind of success story that's happening, and I'm very optimistic. It's not just India, we are making things in India, for the world, not just India. I mean, especially a global South, right? So I see a lot of small entrepreneurs, cultural entrepreneurs, using technology. I mean, if I might add, I mean, I am from an agency, big agency background, and the kind of small entrepreneurs who use technology, digital technology today to market, the agencies can't match the, speed of thinking, speed of execution. I think they're fantastic. Like these, young women I was talking about, on social commerce, right? So, social commerce, cultural entrepreneurs, broadband speeds, this made in India stack, quote unquote, that we keep hearing about. All these things are coming together now, and it's a great time to be a cultural social entrepreneur. And I hope Amitabh is listening. He's done a lot of groundbreaking work out here, especially during COVID with these platforms, iTokri and so on, I believe. Yeah. Thank you.
Interesting. I think I'll just step a little into a slight specific this thing and talking about the creative industry in a social network. What special aspects do we think of when you think of the creative industry, be it handicrafts, be it various types of performing arts, etc.? How do they leverage networks, and how can they best gain to create social enterprises? And this time we'll just possibly reverse the cycle and start with Shubho. But just let's keep ourselves brief and think of what we can add to what we were discussing till now, and address the idea of the creative industry in a social network. Shubho
What?
Prakash.
Sorry. I'm so sorry. If you can just repeat, your question or statement. My mic had gone off.
When we're thinking of specifically the creative industry in a social network, how can they best leverage networks and the ecosystem? You talked about some already. If you were to specifically think about, is there something that you want to add?
Okay. Yeah, when I started off in the mid 90s, I think 94 or 95, there was this, archetypal copywriter with a pencil or a pen, writing stuff on a notepad, and there was this art director or designer, kind of giving it form and shape and so on. And, the platforms, the mediums were, print and radio and a little bit of TV in those days. Of course, later it became very big in India. And now, of course, it's all changed. And, the traditional advertising agency, and Lloyd might agree with me a little bit here, and others in the room, is, kind of still struggling with technology, with digital. And I don't want to be unkind to my former colleagues, but, there seems to be some, great mismatches happening. I mean, we're still trained, I mean, the creative industries in India still trained to think large format like television and, Bollywood, that kind of thing. And, what is happening is, as we know, short form video, I mean, not even 30 seconds, it's 10 seconds, it's 5 seconds, and it's vertical and it's mobile. And, there's this entire thing called creator economy that's happening. We've all read about these, young people on YouTube who are making, hundreds of thousands of rupees or even dollars, right? So, and this is not specific to India, all over the world, right? So this creator economy is not doesn't really go together with large format, traditional advertising creative industries, right? I mean, Shah Rukh Khan will still be a Shah Rukh Khan. He'll make 1,000 crores for some film, but there'll only be one Shah Rukh Khan amongst, 10 million or 100 million. But, I know so many people making a very good living out of, I mean, plugging into this creator economy, creating content, and, TikTok did it, blew open the doors, but, now a lot of Indian platforms like Roposo, Koo, etc., Misho, these guys have, really enabling small creators. And so, the other thing, what I'm saying is there are two things that are converging. The entrepreneur is also the creator. It is not separate. That's what I'm seeing in the last couple of years. Some of you might agree. It's the entrepreneur jumping onto, whatever it is, Canva or There are many other platforms creating content, putting it out there, getting people. 20 years back, it was, who is the best agency, ad agency? I want to hire the best ad agency. Now, and it was, very undemocratic in a sense. It's only the richer companies, brands that could afford a, Ogilvy, where I used to work, I think, Ogilvy or a Leo Burnett or whatever, But now it's, the last viral I saw was probably made by some school kid, right? So the only thing to do out here is how do you make it sell stuff? It's not just to go viral, but how do you connect with the brand values? How do you connect it with, the marketing funnel somewhere, influencer marketing, whatever you call it, right? So that is a challenge, but it's, it's a challenge that, young entrepreneurs, cultural entrepreneurs are very well positioned to crack, and they're doing it like how, we've all heard of these B2C brands. Sorry to move away from cultural entrepreneurship, but just giving an example, there are so many B2C direct to consumer brands which are using technology to short circuit the usual barriers and go directly into the hearts and minds and pockets of consumers. So technology, content, marketing, these are all converging in the last 3-4 years, and I think it's a fantastic thing. Sorry if I took a little extra time.
Oh, that's great. But just Prakash, then keep it a bit briefer, and then we'll move on. Yeah. Prakash.
Yeah, sorry, speaking while mute is a part of something which we have learned. I'll just use an example from the case which I wrote in Bangla Natak, and that's when Amitabh and his team introduced me to the story of Swarna Chitrakar's song, My Heart is Breaking, and How to Express My Sorrow. And this song was translated in the form of a Patachitra scroll, which just was put on Twitter and other existing social media. Didn't really need rocket science. And I think within a few months, last I had tracked it, they had sold about 20,000 of those scrolls. And the reason I'm sharing this as an example is because we need to have a mind shift. And if you see me kind of repeating the same theme, it's by design. We need to have a mind shift of trying to figure out a solution which then social entrepreneurs, whether in the creative space or some other space, use. And instead, come in with an open mind to see how are people really navigating through this? Who are the ones who are doing something? And how can we provide them wings? How can we provide them wings so that they become mentors for their fellow artists rather than us having this entire pantheon of mentors who you're supposed to reach in order to take your business forward? We underestimate the prowess of the youth to be able to leverage technology. I know it for a fact that any 20-year-old, irrespective of his education or social milieu, is far more conversant with the technology of the day. So instead of we trying to figure out a solution for them, how is it that we see what they are doing and actually give it the multiplier effect? Because that's really the essence of networks. That's really the essence of ecosystems. And somewhere around, we are trying to look at it from a physical antecedent, because I am that anachronistic era myself. And for me, everything works in that way. But the reality is the current generation looks at it in a different manner, and we have to really reboot ourselves, put ourselves in their shoes in order to figure out what is it that is going to work best for them. And if we ever figure it out, or whatever little pieces we figure it out, we need to then spend our energies trying to give it wings rather than create it from scratch ourselves.
I think we've started coming to some of the questions that we're asking in the beginning, that really, what do ecosystems do? And very much like you said, and I think that's what initially was being said as well, ecosystems gives wings to ideas whose time has come, or which can scale, and therefore, what can we therefore do with ecosystems and networks to give scale to things that people could otherwise do, maybe much slower, maybe at a much smaller scale? How can we accelerate? How can we provide them speed, energy, etc.? But Lloyd?
Yeah, I'm going to be slightly contrarian here and say that I believe the true explosion in the creative ecosystem is when you marry it with commerce, right? I'll take a slightly offbeat example. I'll say that in the pre-IPL era, we're talking cricket here, and I think barring for Maria and everyone else will get the context. Uh, Cricketers spend a whole lifetime playing the Ranji Trophy. Some of them made it big, but 80% of our cricketers lived a very meager life. And then came the IPL, it married commerce, it married entertainment, it married big media. And today, cricketers are millionaires. It kind of changed the ecosystem. Very similarly, here's an example of something I encountered about just before COVID, it's the end of 2019. There's a young entrepreneur in the NCR Delhi area who had found an interesting solution, because while a lot of homes, high-end homes in Delhi, Mumbai, etc., they spend a fortune, doing up their interiors. She arranged, or she built a platform where rural artists, Madhubani artists, Warli artists, could come and paint a whole living room with their art, right? So those homes became talking points, and today that's a very valid business model for her. She makes a lot of profit, but she has on her roster more than 12,000 artists coming straight from small villages who get a large expansive wall in a fancy home in a Gurgaon or a Noida or Delhi and are able to do their piece. Win-win for all. The artist has a great canvas for expression. The artist makes a lot of money. The platform is doing exceedingly well. And suddenly your home is more than just Asian paints, enamel, or wallpapers. It's got a story to tell. So I think the moment you marry commerce with the creative economy, magic can happen. And I think we have got to encourage and actively accept this, because that's when the next level happens. Otherwise, it's going to be a lot of micro, small things that may not add up to much. And I believe, that's when we can really explore this.
Thank you. Actually, cricket is one of my question mark here in India. What is about? And the second one actually is coming to the previous intervention, these phones. I mean, you see all these people in the street with their phones, and I'm all the time, since I'm here, since 4 years, I'm asking myself, what did all these guys do before the phone? Okay, so it's just, sorry, closing the brackets. I had some thoughts about the questions. Sorry, again, coming up with Hungary. So in Hungary, something went on like this, not at the same time like in India, the transition from a certain regime, it was a communism in Hungary, through capitalism. And me coming from a artistic family background, I saw in my family and in among friends that they were craftsmen, artisans, talented ones. And after 1989, when this capitalism, so-called capitalism came, they had to convert themselves from artists to managers. So till that point, they were artists, they were craftsmen, and thanks to the regime and to the system, they survived because there was no unemployment on paper, so they could somehow sell their product. And once the change happened, they had to become their own managers. And for a lot of artisans and craftsmen, it was a real struggle. And plus, these days, the youngsters, entrepreneurs, we can discuss about the advantage or disadvantage of internet. So that days, it was even more difficult. And on the other side, I wanted to give, but I don't know if it's the point of this is the point. I should give the second example, what I'm bringing from Hungary. because it's an inverse example of technology. Something happened from 2006 to 2019. I think very similar what Amitava did and is doing in the villages. It only happened in one village. It's called the, I have to check, the Cerdi miracle. Actually, even some newspaper and The Economist talked about that time. They've got a mayor. But what's I mentioned you minorities, it's a gypsy village. Actually, 99% of the village, out of 400 people, were from the gypsy minority. And they've got the mayor, and he did a miracle. So actually, it was almost 100% unemployment. He turned it in zero. They started to produce potatoes, tomatoes. So it's entirely nothing to do with the culture, sorry, but it's a super nice example how to build, to make a miracle from nothing without even network. And if you are interested, I can give you later the details, because I was really amazed reading since days about what he achieved. And I don't know if it's, to contradict or not, but by the end of the day, he's no more. So the miracle was really, like we say in Hungary, for 3 days. But yes, so it's something very interesting. And one more thought, what I would like to add, that the creativity and the networking, that we all know that during the COVID, I think that artists and also these culture guys, we had to convert ourselves in promotion to create content, which I think improved our creativity kind of lot. And one the last thing, thought I would like to add, that traditional culture. Again, I'm here to sell Hungarian culture to India. And what is also can be a point of discussion, that we are trying to sell traditional things like embroidery, folk dances, folks, I don't know, artworks. And we have to sell it with a modern advertisement, with modern methods, which is also a very interesting challenge, I think, for all of us.
Thank you. I've got lots of thoughts because all the previous speakers just given me so many thoughts. My head is whizzing. I'm trying to get into some space that is sensible and make some kind of coherence. So if I ramble a bit, apologies. It's just because I've had so much inspiration by the other speakers. Just thinking about the impact of the web, and then the disruption of mobile phones, and then the expansion of mobile technology in India, then UPIs in terms of how to purchase art, then social media in terms of how to promote your art, and then sell your art on Instagram and Facebook Lives and Etsy and Amazon, and various platforms, some of which are like the filter, some of which enable you to be the direct B2C model of maker, producer, salesperson on the social media platform. That's a whole huge growth area. If I think of more traditional ways of thinking about, again, so back to my theatre head, if you're an actor, you can work on many platforms. You may start working in theatre, you may then move to television, you may then move to film, and then you move on an OTT platform, then you may be in cinemas. And when your entrepreneurship is effectively your talent, that's all you have. Your product is actually you, as opposed to something that you're selling. I can't go and buy the basket or the something. So there's, in other words, just thinking about what does that mean in terms of you, the startup. It's the idea that is the first instance of the entrepreneur that keeps it live, because you have to push the idea through consistently for several years, quite often, and that requires some level of ingenuity, that how you adapt your talent to different markets, to different audiences, and how you then sell that differently is part of, essentially, what an actor does, when you go into casting, for a film, for theatre, it's a different skill. But ultimately, it's just them. And that is actually, I think, probably at the heart of what an entrepreneur is. And it's intangible. Once you've gone to the cinema or to the theatre, you're left with just the memory of it. So there is something there, I think. And the other things that I think are so intrinsic to an entrepreneur is risk and risk aversion, and how you deal with risk and how you turn that to an advantage as opposed to something that stops you making those initial moves. I haven't got an answer to that, but I think it's an important part of what make arts and the creative industries quite not unrisk averse. It is full of dreamers in the arts sector, full of dreamers with a big idea, want to see it through. Some fail, and the ones who don't fail have something of the enterprise economy in how they think about what they do and how they make. And then it becomes scalable if you find yourself that suddenly you aren't just doing theatre in the back room of a pub, you are suddenly in Hollywood or in Bollywood, and then you've got your scale. But at the same time, that requires that actor to adapt themselves to those different stages, marketplaces. I'm going to stop it and keep going.
Sorry, that's a perfect segue to the idea of the actor as someone who is taking risks, someone who is having a dream. That's essentially what an entrepreneur is. And I think to round off this panel discussion, the topic was about networks, ecosystems, and cultural dynamics. So the point really that I wanted to wrap up the discussion on was, what are these cultural dynamics that we want to encourage? What are these habits, behaviors that can spur on uh, entrepreneurship? And it's very interesting to be sitting in Jodhpur, which is Rajasthan as well, has been one of the most entrepreneurial parts of the country. And they're really talking about that as the seed of enterprise, the culture, the risk-taking behavior. What are those cultural dynamics that we want to encourage, that we want to see, or we see as drivers of success in enterprise? And we can this time go in any order, but let's keep ourselves very brief, maybe a minute on anyone. And Prakash, you come from very close to this area, personally and as an entrepreneur at heart.
Uh, I guess I am farthest away from both right now. But I think the definition of cultural dynamics itself is culture for us used to be something which was built over generations and hundreds of years. Whereas in today's day and age, what you're also seeing is new layers being added to it. And it calls for a need to be redefining what is culture. If currently, in the last few months, Indian culture is defined by nattu nattu, I would not cock a snigger at it, but instead recognize the potential and leverage that to kind of show greater dimensions of culture. The point I'm trying to make is we will not be able to create a completely firm master plan of how to build the cultural ecosystem. We had that opportunity maybe 60, 70 years ago. BBC has come up, or rather the British Council has come up over decades of investment, same with LI Francaise, USIS, etc., and so on and so forth. But today, the advantage we have is that there will be lots more of those opportunities, and how we tie those together at the local level, at the national level, at the different nodal levels is what is going to really define the cultural throughput of what we have to produce over here.
And we will be wanting some questions from both the audience here and the audience on anyone watching us through networks. If someone can tap into that, I'm not being able to connect here. So if someone is tapping that, please give that to me. Lloyd, you had your hand on the mic. Yeah.
Yeah, I just wanted to add one point is sometimes a cultural theme is when the government can come and play a role. I just want to contrast it with, let's say, what Korea has done in the last decade or so. A lot of us understand Korea as this technology powerhouse and creation of those 5 huge shibols that touch people's lives through electronics, mobile phones. A decade or so ago, the government actively wanted to promote the Korean way, which was trying to bring about their whole innovation, entertainment. And today you recognize that Korea is known for a lot of these aspects, right? K-pop, BTS, K-cinema, K-music. So it kind of created that whole ecosystem. I think here's where, in a very Indian context, is that India has hugely underleveraged its vast cultural capability, right? We hear the early strains of Ayurveda and yoga and a handful of things, but I think there are a lot of great cultural themes that India can build on, and that can be a great platform to to popularize a whole range of culture that India is known for.
Jonathan Romero. Yep. Questions? Sorry, Shubho?
Yeah, I'd like to just add to what Lloyd was saying. One part of the country that I have very high hopes for is the Northeast. Formerly very neglected and ignored, but there's a lot of cultural and not just we've heard of Northeast being mainstreamed. I mean mainstream in as in more Indianized and so on, but I see a lot of people doing cultural exports from the Northeast, and in a sense, they're culturally, more Western than a lot of us in the heartland, so-called heartland are, and they're making a lot of manufacturing happening. I've seen these bamboo cycles, water bottles, etc., and they're being exported, right? So music, arts, culture. So Northeast is, from a purely cultural point of view, I would ask Amitabh to kind of drop into, Mizoram or Arunachal, other places. Some very exciting things happening. And I don't know what the broadband speeds are, but they're very tech savvy. The people that I work with from the Northeast, they're very fast and they have a very global point of view. Markets need not be Indian anymore. They can be global, and why not? I mean, it's all connected at this point. Yeah. Thank you.
Wonderful. Questions from the audience. We are connected here. Jonathan, yes.
It's actually just to build on that last point actually about the Northeast India having been for the first time last year up to Nagaland and to Hornbill Festival, where you absolutely sense that sense of traditional indigenous arts and communities and completely cutting edge. So you've got the combination of the performances during the day from indigenous communities celebrating with absolute pride the traditions. And then in the evening, you've got the headbangers and the heavy metal. And in the daytime, you've then got the craftsmeller. So all of these extraordinary kind of contradictions are kind of as part of that one festival somehow sum up that spirit of enterprise that is attracting people from all over the world.
Fantastic point, actually. Yeah.
Sorry, just not to be out of the gang. So I just like to add that, to give you the example of the entrepreneurship spirit and the globalization of Rajasthan, that I've been approached by Rajasthani musicians from Hungary to perform at the Hungarian Culture Center in Delhi.
Wonderful. A question here and a question there. Yes. Can someone get her mic? And Amitabh had a question as well. But he'll be the last word.
Okay, I'll sit so that people at the back can see. So I really don't have a question. Because we are talking about ecosystem and the creative industry, there are a few things I would like to share based on the discussions we had. One is, say, for example, IIM Ahmedabad has a course on entrepreneurship, which is also open to traditional creative industries. Now, when we connected with the department, because the craft clusters that we work in, there are lots of young entrepreneurs who are doing very well. But really, you know, the problem at the level of traditional creative industry and the entrepreneurs is as basic as pricing, costing, inventory, production planning. So that whole regulation, commerce are I mean, those are not the concepts that they understand. It's much more basic. So there is, to some extent, the need for education, and education which is need-based and not one sort of a module that will go. So when we spoke to IIM Ahmedabad, the department, they said, yes, we can provide. So we asked, what is your module? How do you teach? So they said it's a classroom thing. And our teaching material is in English, but we will always have people who can translate. And then they said that these people need to come and do the course for 3 months at a stretch. Now the sector cannot do that. One, because of the language. Second, because of the structure of teaching. Third, because it's their day-to-day earning and they do business in a particular ecosystem. So if we don't understand that ecosystem, then how do we build a need-based business education for them? Not that they need that whole education, but there are certain things that they need capacity building in to attend to the contemporary or the new or the changing contexts and markets. So I think these are areas where
I'll
multiple
actually
stakeholders...
quickly respond to that. I think this is where ecosystems come in.
Yeah.
And it is not necessarily the traditional academic hubs which will necessarily provide that, but the education which is needed, the education which will be asynchronous, which will be available to the people as they need, when they need, what they need, is really what will be defined.
Because they have the course open for traditional entrepreneurs, but they don't have the structure for that. The other one very small thing I would like to share is that, because we were talking about branding, recently I was in Kalimpong with my team for doing a handicraft study to evaluate the business potential. There is something called hill painting. So there are a group of artists who do that. That is very traditional. They have limited market, but still good market. So this artist paints, traditionally they paint Kanchenjunga, and then they paint different things in front of that. So this guy, who definitely I would not say knows branding or storytelling or anything like that, told me that, a lot of people buy this. It's like they are taking Kanchenjunga back in their pockets. So it's such a beautiful way of putting it. So I think those stories, those sense of creativity branding exist. I mean, what is that ecosystem that brings it out is something that we are still have the challenge with. Thank you.
Yeah. Well, one question at the back somewhere, and Professor Mitra before that, yes. You're not? Yeah, now you will be.
Yeah. Okay. Hi, my name is Shamabroto Roy. I am a second year PhD student at the School of Liberal Arts over here. My question is directed to Mr. Jonathan Kennedy because he mentioned theater and I have some affiliations in the same as well. So you talked about theater marketing and how it's very different in India. Now, in London, I noticed that be it in theaters like the Lyceum Theatre, Barbican, Covent Garden Theatre, many of the productions that were playing at that point of time are remediations of popular IPs like The Lion King, the Frozen, and the even like Avengers and stuff. So like popular recognized IPs which have been already performed and very well established in another media space, that is the cinema space. And now they're being brought back into the theater space, and very well it attracts a lot of audience. So do you think that that kind of a model of reusing recognized IPs in another's performative space is a good model to sustain another space? That's my question. Thank you.
It's a great question, and I think it absolutely is the reality, because stories can be interpreted in many directions and in many ways. The fact that Disney have taken their film back catalogue and turned them into stage musicals and then run them for many years in big 2,000-seaters is because they can leverage the asset that they've already got from the film production. But look, Shakespeare's been for 500 years taken from the stage onto radio, onto film, onto television. Makbul, I mean, it can be reimagined and reinterpreted in many ways. How you just take those amazing stories, that's ultimately what we're saying, and reinterpret it for the stage, for film, for theatre, for television, is absolutely there. As long as you've got the copyright, I think it's available. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Last question, Professor Mitra. Yes.
Hello, I'm Jay Mitra, University of Essex in the UK. All of you talked very interestingly and very freely about networks and ecosystems. But for the sake of the students at the back, how do you distinguish between the two? I mean, these are very fashionable words, especially ecosystems these days. Everybody wants to talk about an ecosystem. Networks are something you can create. I can create my own networks by interacting with certain groups of people for my interest. Businesses create networks through chambers of commerce, etc., or other agencies. A whole range of other individuals and organizations create their networks, which by definition are not inclusive. You cut off people who do not belong to that network. What are ecosystems? What are the boundaries of ecosystems? How are they formed? And whether it's in the realm of the cultural or creative industries, or broadly speaking, in business or in social life, what exactly are we referring to? And I just wondered, when you were using this term, you were using them interchangeably and freely, and I was just wondering what your understanding of that was. And especially when you were trying to make the links between, let's say, I think, Lloyd, you made the link between how commerce created magic in the creative economies. And you referred to my dear love, cricket, and the IPL has been transformed cricket. I would argue that IPL has destroyed the beauty of the game so dramatically. But that's a separate issue. My point was, we need to navigate these kind of sort of concepts, because we use them freely and quite often borrow them from the West or anywhere else for that matter. What is it that we're referring to?
Great question, but not a question, great observation, Professor Mitra. I think what I'm taking from the creation of networks and ecosystems is that it can translate the advantages to a larger audience. I heard you say that networks by definition are exclusivist. They keep people out. But I believe that the moment an ecosystem widens itself and the network multiplies, in a sense, as you call it, like a pyramid effect, you get more people availing of the benefits. So not to take the cricket analogy further, knowing how sticky it can get, the point that the moment commerce comes into the game and it gets popular and bastardized, if I may, it also creates a whole generation of young players who say, hey, I can make it big, I can be a superstar, I can be the next Sachin. And therefore, it raises the level of talent. And India, which 30 years ago was a middling cricketing nation, today is top dog. Similarly, just like world over, people say that if you want to create the best websites, go to India. If you want to create the best apps or the cheapest apps, go to India. I think we need to broad base that for a whole lot of other creative avenues that India is justifiably good in, which we've unfortunately muddled around because we haven't got our commercial side very well set. So we have great rural artisans. Just an example, about a decade ago, I worked briefly with the Tatas. And one of the things that we had then in mobile phones was the screensavers. And some of the best screensavers actually came down from Muslim artisans in UP and Bihar who were able to create intricate patterns that were a huge success. And this was chanced upon by one of our office colleagues who happened to have an interest in art. So my point is, networks sometimes enable the benefits of the commercial side, which in turn help enrich art and popularize it. But that's just my point of view. And Jonathan or
If I can add on to the point, and I think first of all, thanks for bringing that observation. Uh, it's a lengthy discussion, but a very simple distinction is in a network you do have a direct connect. It might be via somebody, but there are nodes, and therefore there's a link. Whereas in an ecosystem, there is no need for a direct connect. And to that extent, these words are indeed used a bit loosely in today's day and age. The important thing for us to focus on is that you don't build an ecosystem. You can try to enable it, you can try to invest in it, but ecosystems form a lot, not just by direct intervention, but also by ensuring an enabling kind of environment over there. And that's the key essence, which I think it's important for us to put into the context of all discussions around the social movement also.
Yep. So in a way, you dip into the ecosystem and you make use of a network, you build a network to be able to maximize the impact. I think we are beyond the time assigned to this group. Obviously, we had a number of passionate speakers, a lot of discussions. It's a very interesting topic that all of us can relate to. Thanks everyone for the opportunity, especially Amitabh, thank you very much. Thanks all of you panelists for your sharing your experiences, your learnings, and making this very live. Thank you all very much. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
A brilliant session. Yeah. I think it was a brilliant session, and the reason it exceeded time is because it never ended with a solution, but with more questions, planting more questions in our minds. So we are thankful to all the panelists, to all the speakers who not just come from different professional backgrounds, but also from different cultural contexts. And it is their insight that made this session a brilliant session. So I would now like to call upon stage Dr. Sankalp Pratap to give the speakers and the chair some token of appreciation. A big round of applause for the speakers. Now we will be heading off for a tea break, and the session will commence back again in 4:30.
Okay. अलग करके वो लोग करें। आ जाएंगे मैडम, 2 मिनट दीजिए। वेटिंग फॉर मैं यहाँ पे देख रहा हूँ ना, कोई प्रॉब्लम ही नहीं है।
First folder. Entire folder. The last folder.
This one.
By pen drive.
That's enough. And the Sankalp sir send me some photographs. Sound off है। पर ये तो नोटिफिकेशन है। नोटिफिकेशन का साउंड आता है ना, वही तो देख। कौन सा है साउंड कहाँ पे है? अभी खोल के देखो एक बार। एक मिनट, ठीक है। ये एक बार हटा के देखिए, एक बार खोल दो। यूट्यूब में लाइव हो जाएगा ना, देखा था ना।
Art for Life. Culture and development. The methodology has a tripartite focus in strengthening art, artist, and village. Art for Life premises on building capacity of rural artists, establishing direct market linkage, hosting exchange and collaboration, and
play करना
festivals to celebrate.
Which video to start first? Which video? Okay. Somehow this is no, it's okay.
Yes, we will start it. We will start it.
Here, they just show one by one. Nothing that much. You just show them passing because I given the hard copy to them. So copies here. So I will not waste time on that. Just show them this is how I structured the presentation. So आप यहीं से कर लेंगे. You will be here. Yeah. So I'll say let's just go through the 5 slides. That's all. And structure. So I don't want to come and then make a lecture because वहाँ से भी हो जाएगा. तो ऐसा करना तो मेरा नंबर आए तो स्क्रीन ला के मुझे दे देना. आप स्ट्रक्चर कर दोगे फिर मैं इसे बताऊँ. थैंक यू.
Welcome back. And I'm sure the tea has actually helped us to get rid of that longing for siesta. And I'm sure the upcoming session will put the energy absolutely back on track. So the upcoming session is on tourism and social innovation. So tourism, as we have seen that in the new normal, it has completely changed its color, its offering, its expectations. Responsible tourism and sustainable tourism has gotten incorporated in the charter of different international as well as national agendas. And I'm sure this change in tourism and how cultural creative entrepreneurship can focus around tourism offerings will be taken up in great detail by the speakers. So without wasting much time, I'll announce the name of the speakers for the session. Ms. Rupinder Pannu Brar, IRS, Principal Commissioner of Income Tax, Mumbai. Dr. Lalit K. Panwar, retired IAS, Chairperson of Vivekananda Global University and ex-Secretary Tourism, Government of India. Mr. Vikram Nachna, Royalty of Jaisalmer and a very important heritage tourism stakeholder. And the session will be chaired by Mr. Amitav Bhattacharya, Founder Director, Contact Base. So I'll give the mic to Mr. Bhattacharya to proceed on with the session. Thank you.
Thank you, Sneha. I have 3 speakers here, and the 4th speaker is supposed to join digitally, but he's not well, so he's probably taking a little time. He will be joining us from Kochi. The 3 speakers here are, you can say, the Indian tourism policymakers are here. We have Rupinder, and while introducing, Sneha said that Rupinder is the Principal Income Tax Commissioner, correct? But actually, she was, till about 4 months back, the ADG of Tourism, Government of India, Ministry of Tourism. And the incredible India's reach to all over the world, one of the pillars is Rupinder Pannubrar. Vikram Nachna, it's absolutely, the introduction is correct, that royalty of Jaisalmer and a very key stakeholder. If you go to Jaisalmer, the place the tour guides will show you, is called Nachna Haveli. And there is a beautiful desert camp called Bodhi. And the communities of Jaisalmer treat him as one of the pioneers of heritage tourism in Jaisalmer. And as you know, Jaisalmer is a very important place in the world of tourism. So that's Vikram Nachna. Individuals evolve as institution. Dr. Lalit Panwar, right now he is the chancellor in Vivekananda University, but he himself is an institution of tourism, of community engagement, and a people's man. Just in the morning when Dr. Panwar entering that time, the artist communities who were there, they actually started singing by seeing him. That's Dr. Lalit Panwar. And when Rupinder met Dr. Panwar today, the first thing Rupinder said that even today in the Ministry of Tourism, people talk about his tenure as Government of India Secretary. So both by community and in administration, and admired people even after so many years after his service, is really unbelievable. And that's Dr. Lalit Panwar. Sir, we all are really thankful to you because of your kind presence. We are thankful to you, to all of you. This is an interesting conference where Professor J. Mitra today talked about at the beginning itself that this is citizens entrepreneurship, citizens research, and we have planned the sessions accordingly. And in this, one by one, we have put the subject. In the previous one, we spoke on the ecosystem, cultural dynamics, and this part. Here, we will be speaking on the tourism and social innovation. Similarly, tomorrow you will see there is a very important session, technology and social equity. And that will be chaired by Professor Shantanu Chaudhary, the Jodhpur IIT director himself. So like this, we wanted to put a general one, the entrepreneurship as a definition, where the first session was. Second one is ecosystem and network, as well as the cultural dynamics. This is the tourism. In case of tourism, it is very important to understand that tourism is a huge, it's a very technical subject, and it is a subject of a common man. This subject, because all of us go for tours, but worldwide, many things have changed. And it is important for all of us to understand that where we are going right, where we have opportunities, and where we can go wrong if we are not careful. Because many things may be short term, looks good, but in the broader terms, it may not yield the desired result. I think this is very, very important. You know, UNWTO is the youngest UN organization focused and specialized on tourism. If you look at last 7-8 years, how UNWTO has themed their Global Tourism Day, which is 27th of September. And I think that theme speaks a volume. Last 6 years back, the theme was tourism for economic empowerment. Next day, it was tourism for rural development. This year, the last one, 2022, the theme was rethinking tourism. You know, these are very important coinages. And when Government of India, as part of the signatory, adopts that, that means we have to think tourism as a contributor to rural development, to people's engagement, to participative issues, as well as for the promotion of this, because end of the day, it's tourism. So, but this is an important factor. UNWTO before was known as WTO, World Tourism Organization. The UN part was not there. So the UN SDGs were not linked. And it is to be an association of hoteliers and transport operators. Now, so their entire thing was occupancy of rooms and usage of transport. So it was more a service providing to, it can be anything. Why to tourism? Because so this is a very important when it gets linked to UNWTO and the SDGs get involved. Because then poverty alleviation, gender, well-being, many aspects get linked. And that's why this year's theme that tourism as a nucleus, rethinking tourism, what does that mean? That means community must not be at a bystander in tourism. Community must be in the nucleus of tourism. Because globally, post-pandemic, one big change has happened. People are not liking the same old tourism way. They want an isolated manner. Interestingly, 2018, UNWTO released a fantastic document, and there it was shown out of 1.4 billion people who traveled from place X to Y, 38% travel to experience culture. Now, what is experiencing culture? If we just present you a Kalbelia dance here, it is not experiencing culture. But if you go to a Kalbelia village, understand their lifestyle, and see a Kalbelia dance, that is experiencing tourism. So there is a fantastic opportunity India has, because India is a gold mine of traditional culture and real culture. So here, how can tourism leverage this culture, ensuring that benefit also gets passed on to the community, and community is in the nucleus of tourism. And these can also ensure equity. I think this is a very important aspect of today's thing, that tourism and social innovation. I will just like to show you a small video, and with that video, I will request you to put that our work, we had the opportunity of working for 3 years in this area, in Jodhpur, Jaisalmer, Bikaner, and this. And this is a 2-minute small video, but this video will give you a very interesting description of the villages in Western Rajasthan. I think that will put a beautiful perspective of this. Now, the reason I wanted to show this film, you must have seen there are few faces which are present here. Have you noticed that? Yes. So that means all these people took the trouble of visiting villages and enjoying their, experiencing their culture, which is a big boost to start village-based cultural tourism. These villages are existing for the last 500, 700 years. You will be surprised to know this is the first time these villages held the traditional art and culture festival in their village. Second important part, you have seen that it is not only the touristic items which were there. No, artist rights. That's why recording of the album, very important component. Now, when you think of tourism, does it only involve hotel and car? No. The content of tourism actually involves artist rights. There are many cultural issues. So that's why these nuances are very important. Transmission of ICH. That is another very intangible cultural heritage must go to the next generation. So the training. Now, in the tourism textbooks, you will not find the transmission is a part of it. That's where one needs to innovate. Third important aspect, that the leaders of tourism here were all the people of this. But the presence of important personalities in their village gives a lot of boost. And that was wonderful in Rajasthan, starting from the minister, MLA, the royalty, everybody, the bureaucrats, everybody actually went to their villages, spent time with them. And this is a very important all stakeholder game in tourism. And even you must have seen that even from Delhi, Jonathan came for Kalbelia festival. This is a very, very, Vikram went to for the Barna festival, both in the morning and in the evening. There are many. Dr. Lalit Panwar, he visited Salavas. So all this added a big, big part. So the reason I wanted to bring it to the issue that tourism is a holistic part, and how from there the policies get framed and how the social innovation can go into it. I will first start with a small introductory note from all of them, and then we will go discuss questions. I will try to make it as interactive as possible. May I start with Rupinder? Okay.
It's probably come. Thank you, Amitav. In fact, you've given a lovely backdrop to the sessions, and so thank you for that. And also thank you for always indulgent introduction. It's great to be here. It feels very good. It's like homecoming for me when I come to tourism or anything discussed about culture and tourism, and it surely is less taxing than taxes. So it's good to spend an afternoon talking about a much happier things. Well, to give an introduction about myself, I am from the Indian Revenue Service, as Sneha said, and I spent 3 years in tourism. And I used to think that as an avid traveler and as a student of history, I knew a lot about my country, but I was very mistaken because when we went deep diving in the 3 years that I was there, and these were very interesting 3 years, they were unprecedented because COVID happened in the 3 years. So out of the 3 that I was there, 2 years was a period of active COVID presence. And one really had to think out of the box. And one had to think on what is it that we can leverage on when travel is not even happening, which is a prerequisite for tourism to happen. So it gave us an opportunity, I would say, in some ways, it's a strange way of putting it, but I think in some ways, I think it was good that it happened, because otherwise it would have been business as usual and we might have done things only incrementally a little more. But here, because we were ready to experiment, and whatever was happening in the routine was not going to work. So reaching out and looking for things that still could hold interest, but how to carry the message, both to the domestic as well as the international traveler. I think that's where digital technologies came to our assistance in a big way. And the other thing, which I am extremely happy about, that which happened in this period, again, adversity brought us opportunity, was Dekho Apna Desh, or See Your Own Country. And the results are for everyone to see on how much domestic tourism has kicked off. In fact, initially everyone said, oh, it's happening only because people aren't able to travel overseas, and the moment the world opens, people aren't going to do domestic travel. But I'm so glad that the naysayers have been proved wrong. Yes, people are traveling overseas. Yes, people are going and visiting other parts of the world, which they should, because every time that we travel to a different culture, to a different people, to a different place, we come back a different person, a much more value added person, if I may say. However, within the country, the opportunities of the same are so many, because India is so diverse in its food forms, languages, arts, crafts, dance, and what is not there in Incredible India. So what is, I think, been my biggest takeaway in the 3 years, and we will talk more about it as we go along, is that in the moment in history, I think 21st century is a huge opportunity for a country like us, which has very, very diverse, and not only diverse, some really ancient forms of culinary, music, etc., all the intangible forms that Amitava, you mentioned about. And it's time that we put our heads together and brought in social as well as technological innovation to an advantage that India naturally has. So I'm looking forward to an active, energetic session and a lot of questions from all of you as we go along for the evening.
I would like to bow down to Goddess Nagnecha, the Kuldevi of Jodhpur, and of course the Goddess of Knowledge, because we are sitting in such an institution, Mata Saraswati. I would like to thank Amitav ji especially for inviting me in this. I would call it one of the most prestigious institutions, not in India, but probably in the world. The biggest brains are coming from here. So I'd like to thank him for that, and for all the effort he's been doing, because we saw it firsthand in Jaisalmer and Barmer. The effort he's put in, the time he's spent in the villages where there's hardly anything. They are still living in hamlets, in mud houses and hamlets. So he's spent the time there, lived there amongst them, and bringing out the best, which people had not seen, recording them and putting it across. And we've been doing it also, slightly helping that. But the way he's done it, hats off to him. And he's covered, I think, most of it in the introduction itself. So, something about myself. I come from the Jaisalmer family, and I started my 18th century house when I was 16 years old, along with my sister. It was in 96, and the time we started, it was so tough. You can't even imagine that. Everything used to come on camel carts, from water to even the guests. They were taken from home. There were no auto rickshaws even in Jaisalmer. So at that time we started the hotel, and people were asking, "Okay, how would it's like a home?" So I started with 6 rooms, then it carried on. It's a big house. So, but they said, oh, who will come and stay? Obviously, Indians at that time didn't stay, because their idea of tourism and reaching Jaisalmer was also difficult. But Europeans loved it. Europeans still love it, and now Indians have started loving it a lot more. And the experiential tourism is growing much more, and especially cultural tourism. I'm also involved with the, folk and craft and art. My wife does that a lot. I'm a part of the Intact Jaisalmer, I'm the convener there. So I'd like to tell you that we found some great, finds in the recent times. In the last 2 years we had during the COVID, we found around 16 geoglyphs in Jaisalmer, which is a big find. Earlier the French scientists found around 4 of them, but now we found 16 of them. Jaisalmer has lived on livestock, so we have around more than 100 Oran and Gocha, the sacred grazing lands. So we have documented them, made their, all the maps and, everything to do with them, but they were not, assigned with the government earlier. So they are not registered as Orans and Gauchas. So we are trying to save them. Jaisalmer has a population of 6 lakhs, but the livestock is more than 40, 50 lakhs, and people are predominantly still living on livestock. So that's a very important thing which we are heading towards, trying to get it done through NGT or get notified. I'm sure Pawar Saab could help us with that. And multiple things like, the camel breed which we had, the Nachna camels were probably the best in Asia at that time. But now because border tourism isn't allowed, it's a dying breed. So we're trying to save that. Even, horses, we are working on Sindhi horses, like what Babji did here with the Marwari horses. That has done wonders, look where the Marwari horse is gone and where, how people are saving them and it's thrived. So we're trying to save the Sindhi breed as well, and folk arts and musicians and a lot more things. So, we'll cover that later. But thanks again, once again, and I would hand over to the institution himself. He's helped the folk music and tourism, which started largely by Pawar Saab when he was the district collector there. So I'm glad to be in his company. Thank you.
Good afternoon, friends. Thank you, Dada Amitav, for organizing this beautiful event. One of the very rare events where we have senior diplomats, senior acting professors, stakeholders, corporate icons, and member of the royalty. And there's a very, very interesting story. Let me start this one since it is an introductory round. So I'll be very brief and to the point. Vikram represents the royal family of Nachna. I was collector of Jaisalmer district in 1985. 1985 till 1988. So they say, where is collector? So in Hindi they say, wo naachne gaye hain. Where is collector? They told us collector has gone for dancing. So next day there was a call from CM office, where is SP? So wo bhi naachne gaye hain. So they thought that in Jaisalmer everybody is dancing. So he can make everybody dance. He is a royalty from Nachna. Nachna in Hindi, for our benefit of our friends from UK and Hungary, is dancing. Anyway, that is just to take off. Friends, the theme, the topic, and the coverage is tremendous, Amitabhji, let me assure you. And I'm a local man. My name is Lalit Pawar, and I was born and brought up in Jodhpur, and I belong to Badmer, and had the privilege of working in Jaisalmer district. And being a local man, I could immediately identify that what we should have been doing decades back, Amitav and his team is doing for us now. So hats off to you, Amitabhji, for you and your team, for this Herculean efforts. And let me assure you that whatever effort that you are making, now it is our duty as community to chip in with all of our resources and ensure that the intellectual capital and the international global networking that we are brought to the doorstep of Thar Desert and Rajasthan, we are able to leverage. And let me assure you, we will be there at your call 24/7. That's my assurance. Having served as Secretary Tourism, Government of India, and as Madam Rupinder Brar was telling us, tourism is one sector, friends, where you can check in, but you never check out. It is very addictive. And I used to quote when I was Secretary Tourism, Government of India, that even dreaded terrorists like Laden, even he would need a break after killing 1,000 people, say, okay, let us take a break. Even he would be a terrorist, or he would be a tourist. Even a terrorist had to be a tourist. Tourism is one subject which appeals to everybody. And now just talking of tourism and social innovation, I have a list of 14 tourism products which have directly affected the innovation in social sector of Rajasthan. and also in some ways India. So in my second round, I'll have a small presentation of just 5 slides, which I'll show in the second round. First round, by way of intro, look at these innovative ideas which Rajasthan has brought to global tourism. Palace on Wheels. It is one of the best rail journeys in the world by Sunday Times of London. Heritage hotels, fairs and festivals, Surajkund Festival, Pushkar Fair, and I used to call it, Rajasthan is one place where we could happily create a blend, a cattle fair at Pushkar. So what we did, we combined and blended bovine with divine and created Pushkar Fair, which is globally now one of the best celebrated festivals, Pushkar Fair. Blending bovinity with divinity, bovine with divine. Adventure tourism, then Tej and Gangaur Festival, again, social phenomenon, but very highlights of tourism. Jaipur Literature Festival, Elephant Festival, Camel Festival, even lowly rated Donkey Festival. We have a Donkey Festival dedicated to the mighty donkey, but it is his corporate ranking is very low, unfortunately. But donkey is very hardworking, very hard taskmaster with very low overburdens and low over cost. Rath Yatra of Puri, Kumbh Mela Haridwar, and the last observation is that tourism is such an innovative field. Most conducive field for innovation is tourism, Dada. We harvested solar eclipse and we launched solar tourism. The best you could see solar tourism was from Rajasthan. Then came lunar tourism. Again, we were lucky. So we were, I call it, we were Suryavanshi, we were Chandravanshi. So we harvested solar eclipse as solar tourism. We harvested lunar eclipse as lunar tourism. And for all we know, we can even go for space tourism. So for tourism sector of India and Rajasthan, even sky is not the limit. So by way of introduction, I would say, as a very passionate student of tourism, this is one event, Dada, which is going to drive social innovation in a big way and change the lives of arts, crafts, and cuisine practice of Rajasthan. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Panaram. You know, there is a very simple definition of responsible tourism in the world. Any tourism which is good for community is good for tourists, not the reverse. Any tourism which is good for community is good for tourism. That is responsible tourism, not the reverse. So anything which is good for tourism may not be good for community. In this definition of responsible tourism, there are many areas where India can do much better, provided we understand that actually tourists want to experience whatever is good for community. So when we invest on the community, if we just keep it in mind that it should be good for community, and that will be good for tourism. And as Rajasthan is the place for tourism, and we have three giant figures of tourism here, my now first question to Rupinder, Vikram, and Dr. Panwar will be, how do you see innovation and policy, how can it strengthen the responsible tourism applicable in India, of course, also in Rajasthan, across things, and how social innovation can help?
Yeah, Amitav, I think that's a significant subject to touch, especially now that we are aligned to the SDGs and looking at the potential that tourism has in India and working through the communities. I think that is one of the largest shifts, if I may say, in looking at how infrastructure needs to be created. And so in the last century, I think the larger focus was on built infrastructure, also in tourism. But what we see now in all the policies that have been designed, both at the Government of India level as well as the more proactive state governments, Rajasthan being one of the most proactive ones, is that what you need to be building are social structures that are going to incorporate all the policy planning with the communities. And that has further led to ensuring that the intangible as well as the tangible heritage that we have in India gets weaved into one story. And therefore, all the projects that now get funded, and Mr. Pawar just mentioned about so many fairs, and I'm so happy to say that in most of those fairs, Government of India has been a co-funding, co-sponsoring agency. And now, as we look at even the more built structure schemes of the Ministry of Tourism, Government of India, and all the other line ministries that work indirectly for tourism, there is in each of them a strong component of what social value is being created. And are we factoring in the local practices, even going down to saying, are we using local materials when we are actually doing even civil construction of a lot of our projects? And after doing that, after doing the hard infrastructure, then what is the community practice that is going to proliferate and get promoted is a significant part of the discussions that happens. You mentioned here, Vikram, experiential tourism, and I think post-COVID, these trends were already visible. But post-COVID, that trend has strengthened many-fold. People are no longer interested in going to just a brick and mortar 20-floor building and staying. They would rather go stay in homestays, B&Bs, go stay with local communities. And that is one segment where, again, in India, the policy is shifting in terms of enabling the communities in getting empowered in running very, very high quality homestays. And when we say high quality here, it is not about giving up your local practice, it's about strengthening those practices. How to incorporate the best practices in your existing, the way you live. And what is also an interesting and I would say a beautiful offshoot is that a lot, many more women are getting integrated because of that. Because they have been there, but they've been there more on the fringe. And now with experiential tourism coming in, I think the inclusion of women is a strong policy shift. And we, through the Government of India's policies, also tend to focus more and sponsor projects that have more women in front and behind, which is not to say that the men are at a disadvantage, but it's just that there's a little more advantage for the women. That's the other major policy shift. The third thing, and which again is about leveraging on where we are going as a country, I think in the last few years, and that's where I think we really need to see that where is India headed to, the contribution of large infrastructure and the way it is allowing penetration into India. And though it doesn't strictly fall into the ambit of Ministry of Tourism to, to sort of look at the front, but imagine the kind of areas that you are able to travel to today because of the huge focus that the current government has laid on large infrastructure. The roads, the rail network, the airports, the actual flight connectivity under the Udan scheme, which was started in 2014, the penetration into the local communities is immense today. And that's opening very different kind of opportunities for local communities. And what is also, and I'm going to stop on that because it's a subject that one can ramble on and on. The last thing I would say on that part is that the marriage, therefore, between the large infra, the local communities, and people moving from urban centers. It's a trend that has come more to notice after COVID, but I think that also is a very positive externality in India of these policies. You see a sort of re-urbanization or de-urbanization where people are actually moving away from cities, finding opportunities of employment at local community level, working with the local communities, training them, bringing them on board with a lot more of digital technologies and creating, sorry, Professor Jay Mitra, but I am going to use the word ecosystem, creating a very organic ecosystem at hundreds of places across India. And that, to me, for somebody who represents government, still works for the government, but is essentially a citizen of our country, I think for me, that's where the most exciting part of 21st century India lies.
See, I would start with the heritage hotels. Uh, Rajasthan, see, let's take Babji, we are sitting in Jodhpur, was the pioneer in this industry. This is like a homestay, or you bring in people to your home, even if it is a palace or a haveli or just a house. And it started like a community movement. You could retain your staff because after independence, you couldn't keep hundreds of staff. Why would you need them? You know, they were in all spheres, your craftsmen, your singers, your artisans, your goldsmiths, everyone, even your culinary chefs, everyone was retained. And their art spread all over the world. You see, how it has evolved completely, because otherwise this folk art would have died, if there were no caretakers or there were no stakeholders. Now the artists from Jaisalmer, they've probably traveled more than all of us have, 50, 60 countries. The country is least known. So I think, heritage tourism, and then it carried on, because, the fairs and festivals, which like Tej and Gangor and Dashera, they were so famous from Jaipur, Jodhpur, Jaisalmer, everywhere. They are community based, right? The whole town would get together, they would celebrate it together. They would come to the palace and, they would eat and greet and meet. And, it was a social event. So that continued, that started, all the fairs like the Marwar Horse Fair, your Camel Festival, everything, your Desert Festival in Jaisalmer, everything started with that movement. So, but it didn't carry on, Indian Heritage Hotels Association was formed as well, but it didn't, most of the members, stakeholders are from Rajasthan. And we have royalties, more than 500 royalties all over India, and so many more havelis and forts with merchants, with other communities. So people need to participate more. I believe it should spread pan India, and people should be able to see the culture and the lives, to relive the lives of the past and see the significance also in the present, how they are maintaining their roles now in the community, all the royal families. Then to take it forward, you see, now in Jodhpur itself, if you see, there must be more than 300 paying guest houses. It is now what Airbnb has picked up. It started long back in Rajasthan. People were coming and living with families with 1, 2 rooms, and that's it. In Jaisalmer, you can live in a 900-year-old fort, in a small haveli run by the local communities and different communities. They're even from Muslim communities, from Brahmins, merchants. So, everyone got a little stake into it. Then take it further, if you go to the Bishnoi villages, you go to touch the rural tourism. They are great connoisseurs, of, saving the black bugs, saving the flora, fauna, biodiversity of our place. You see the Rabari villages, you go to Gouda slightly ahead, you go to the, Potters village around that, you go to the Dari makers. So everyone got a stake, and the local craft, it also evolved, the new patterns were formed, but you see people from all over the world, the biggest artists in the world, the biggest designers in the world are coming and taking Indian patterns, like someone in the other session said, right? They were taking the screenshots from the patterns in UP. So, everyone's picking up ideas from the wonders which we have. See, it's not only Zardozi or the finest artisans out here. It's also the, aapka kaanch wala kaam, your, even your, the Muslim work which we have, the Rabari work which we have, it's from all communities, the wall hangings, the bedspreads, even you see the furniture here. Jodhpur is a great example of how, Suthars have, created one of the biggest export hubs in India, working wonderfully, copying ideas from the old to the Western. They are copying everything in the world. You give them an idea, they'll do that. The artisans from Jaisalmer, the mural, the, painters. So everyone, just joined in. And that's how, heritage tourism or tourism in Rajasthan has become a, big stakeholder. But the problem again is, that when we were talking about the policies, earlier when we started, it was very difficult for a heritage hotel to get a loan, because they were not notified, or there was some issue or the other. Mostly they were in the villages, so the banks wouldn't finance. So I think that has to simplify, rural loans, even, because most of them fall into the rural belt. And for us, if I would say, the biggest hurdle is Jaisalmer is one of the largest districts in India, and most of it is shut. So, because of border, which is very strange, and it got shut in 1986. Earlier it was open. So it got shut in the Khalistan movement. But now it should open. People are going across the border in Punjab and in Ganganagar, and doing their farming and coming back. Across the zero line, they're going and farming, and they're till the zero line. So why not here? The border from Jaisalmer is minimum 160, 170 kilometers. So the best part of Thar Desert in the world, you are not able to see. You're just allowed till 40 kilometers. That's Sam and Khuri, which is very unfortunate, for tourism and for even the camels and people there, who are living in small, settlements to survive, because they have no, apart from livestock, they have nothing else, not even farming. So, that's a big hurdle. Again, I think taxation in India is a huge problem. GST and income tax put together would take away maybe 50-60% of whatever you are earning. So then how do you earn? How do you save? How do you... So I think that has to be looked upon. If you charge, let's say, 18%, 20%, and then above than 6 lakhs or 10 lakhs, you are charging maybe, 30% tax. That's the income tax. That's not feasible, in the policy making sector. There are multiple things, but I think we can cover them later. But just to touch upon, I think people should learn from Rajasthan, and more people, from the heritage side, from the rural side, should join in, because people enjoy that. Desert tourism out there, the desert camping, what we do is so successful. So, and people are paying for experiences. As we were talking, people stay in, we have a, let's say, a 5-star camp, but people pay more to just sleep outside in the open under the stars. They're willing to pay more and just be nicely laid on the, dunes itself. So I think experiential travel would also do very well. Thank you.
Thank you. So I think we have 5 slides. I've structured my presentation. So just 3 minutes. We just go through these slides to put on this. No, we've already said. Yeah. Yeah, just hold here. Thank you. Yeah, so we'll go into these 5 slides. But before that, let me put on record my gratitude and appreciation for IIT Jodhpur. And now that you have MOU, Dada, with the IIT Jodhpur, because the popular image of IIT in our country has been that they are what we call is the paradise of technologies. Nothing to do with art and culture. This is in a way a huge paradigm shift even for IITs to have earlier DOLA and now SOLA. DOLA is Department of Liberal Arts, now it is SOLA, School of Liberal Arts. Hats off. And that's why you could see Kalunaji from Barnava or some Dari maker from Salavas walking into IIT Jodhpur. I tell you, it's a tremendous leap of art, leap of craft, leap of faith. And hats off to all of you for this kind of initiative. And it's going to give us a lot of satisfaction. And I'm sure it is a path breaking. So hats off to you and IIT and all stakeholders, Narayangarh Museum Trust, Darbar Sabha was here in the morning, then all these organizations. So we look forward. Now, quickly, I'll just go through this. I think just go forward. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. So main theme was innovation, social innovation in tourism and entrepreneurship. So I'll just quickly go through that. These are the dynamics of tourism industry, and the point which was, as I submitted earlier, tourism is one sector which is the most conducive to innovation. This is the point which I'd like to share. And these are the one aspect which I request organizers to highlight is the carrying capacity. And normally I observe that Ranthambore, for example, Tiger National Park, even Desert National Park, post-COVID, madam, there has been what you call is vengeance tourism. Tourism with vengeance. As a result, earlier the tourists used to come to see a tiger. Now tigers come and they see the tourist. How many have come? They are tired. Their life cycle has been disturbed. So we have to know how much this national park can carry. Desert, for example, as Vikramji was pointing out. Now, desert is a very frugal ecosystem. So we have to encourage tourism, but how much can we carry? The water is limited, natural resources are limited, carrying capacity is limited, and it may even to need some, what the famous scientist Roxy called, that initially when the tourism takes off, everybody is happy. But gradually it becomes what you call iridex of Roxy, that is irritability index. Gradually then, even Goa, we had a shun the tourist agitation. So we have to strike a very healthy balance between what you call a healthy tourism and tourism within our what you call is carrying capacity. This is the last slide, then we conclude. We have to involve what I call is the local governments, whether it's the government of India at the top level, state government, and then the local self-governments, whether it is elected bodies of Panchayati Raj institutions and all. So whatever product that we launch, if we are able to involve the locals, then this innovation and enterprising things and everything will then fall down. Now, just one example, when I was chairing Rajasthan Tourism Corporation, I was traveling on Palace on Wheels. So I was wearing this Jaipuri and Jodhpuri jutis. So one of the tourists remarked that, Mr. Pawar, you are wearing very nice shoes. Okay, yes, madam, it is what we call is Rajasthani jutis. So you know what is the best thing about jutis? That they are interchangeable between your feet. The left shoe can be put on your right leg and right to left. So she said, no, it is not possible. Please show me. So I showed her that this is the right shoe. Now putting on the left. So the tourists could not believe it. Incredible. Then I told him that maybe our friends from Europe would believe. Imagine at the ingenuity, the creativity, and the design competence of our cobblers, our juti makers of for 500 years, that they could design a shoe which you can interchange between your feet. It means, in a way, our Ramdas is no less than Adidas. That is a part I mentioned. Our Ramdas is no less than Adidas, and this is where exactly the institutes like Bangla Natak and IIT Jodhpur, they can really provide that global platform to the local talent and what I call through the cyber highway. Let me assure you, through the cyber highway, there you can really transform their life and promote innovative ideas and also entrepreneurship. And the last point is that we can have something like hackathon approach. That you pose a problem, put the best brains together and find a solution which is practical and feasible. And involving students, that is the best part. IIT, all senior professors are here. That is the best part, that inducting the best brains of our country into our cultural landscape. That is going to be the clincher in our future to come. So with this, thanks for the opportunity, and I'll come back to you as and when, as the discussion grows. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Panwar. Now, I'm going to put not so good examples. There are black spots on tourism. And then I will ask the comment from them. Most of the tourism places, including in Rajasthan, we see a huge problem of wastage, plastic, huge. Starting from Ladakh to the desert. Lack of toilet is a big issue in all places. And third, another very interesting part, see, there are few things which are not in our control, apparently. But there are few things which are in our control. Jaisalmer Thar Festival. Thar Festival, the Thar Desert Festival in Jaisalmer, actually promotes Bollywood. Barmer Thar Festival. After the presentation of Anwar ji, Anwar Khan, Padma Shri Anwar Khan Mangniyar, the announcer says, now the main program will start, Salina from Bombay. Now, this is a very interesting pattern that we are going through. That anything but Bollywood is not good. Something coming from there, glossy, we need to attach to our thing to promote as if Jonathan's colleagues, friends from UK or Mariano's friends from Hungary, they will come to Jaisalmer or to Barmer to see Dharmendra ji's dialogue. And I know Lloyd is smiling, but trust me, Lloyd, this year's Jaisalmer festival was promoted by Dharmendra and the entire series of Bollywood stars, and they were there. And there is no point. Are we wasting time? Are we diluting our tourism? Or are we on right track? I want short comment from the three experts.
So, yes, those are the black spots. You already said that. And I think that's where we definitely need to do a lot of work. Mr. Pawar already mentioned about carrying capacity. And I think in India, and while I was in the ministry, I think one of the fears one used to have the moment you went about promoting a place, somebody in the last session spoke about Northeastern region and the potential. And you literally hold your heart in your hands because you're like, oh, is this going to go the way Lake Pangong went? Because I think those pictures went viral with mounds and mounds of plastic and Uncle Chip's wrappers and loud Punjabi music playing in a place which was never meant for that. So I think that's definitely, but I would link it back to something different. That's something we all need to get together. And that's not somewhere where we can only look at the government doing it, because that is a general sense of responsibility which we need to develop as a culture. Why do we only look at tourist places? We are here to discuss tourism, perhaps that's why. But if we look at the civic responsibility across in any of our cities, the mounds and mounds of garbage that tends to be thrown in public places as if that doesn't belong to me, my home belongs to me. I think that one narrative, and if you remember, Amitav, a few years back, the Prime Minister himself went on this huge Swachhata Abhiyan. And there were pictures of him picking plastic bottles in Mahabalipuram on the beach. And narrative after narrative is being built. But I think a lot more needs to be done on that, where each of us gets that sense. And that's where probably when we talk more specifically to tourism, once you get the communities engaged in making sure that the furtherance of their own livelihoods, preservation of their cultures is somewhere linked to the coming in of people from the outside, that sense of responsibility is going to build. Though, of course, having said that, I also understand that a lot of filth that is left behind is by the tourists themselves. So a lot much more in terms of campaigns. We did start with some campaigns from the ministry saying that let's be responsible, but yes, a lot more work needs to be done by all of us together. The other part that you mentioned about this definition of what should define a Jaisalmer Thar festival, what should define Barmer, it's a tightrope walk, I would say here, because if you look at the various areas of tourism for India, Bollywood tends to carry the India story a lot, and not from today, from the times of Raj Kapoor being heralded as what he was in Russia, down till now, Shah Rukh Khan being feted when he goes to Germany or Malaysia, and so on and so forth. So that's one vertical for attracting people to India and taking the India story to the world, including wearing chiffon saris in the snow in Switzerland. Now, having said that, I think what we need to be doing when we develop these different verticals of tourism in India, whether it is toy tourism, whether it is saris or jewelry or culinary or heritage or music or dance forms and whatnot, is to find that what is it that my audience is looking for and somewhere preserving the purity of a form so that whoever is coming to a Jaisalmer Thar, you're probably right, is not coming for a Dharmendra there. But if somebody is going to Mumbai, then the person knows he's targeting a certain kind of tourism product. So I think that's where we probably need to have more fidelity in making sure that what you're curating is matching the requirements of the tourist. And that's where the whole narrative that is brought out in the promotional materials and what we try to sell is somewhere where we, I think as a country, as a people, will have to learn to be more precise in the offering so that whoever's coming in, you are offering a bouquet of choices and then letting the person make a choice and not landing up with a disappointment. So that's where finding the balance between what you were saying, Amitava, and Lloyd here, right? So, and we on that, I would also just like to recall the little conversation that we were happening before we started the session on the latest, the new bee in town in Mumbai in terms of the cultural center. And again, all of us kind of sort of, is this only going to promote a lot of bling? Or is it going to bring the more value-based culture that we have in India? Time will tell. But I think what is important, and I'm going to reiterate that point, is that we have enough platforms for making sure that different elements of our heritage and culture are promoted at different platforms. And we, as people who are bringing it to the people, both domestic as well as overseas guests that come to our country, must make sure that we are pure in our offering and don't mix and lace your drink with something toxic. Yeah. So that's my thought on that. Thank you.
So again, like he pointed out, Jaisalmer is a big example of, how much capacity it can hold. You see, the fort is a great example. It's one of the only living forts. And people have built vertically, which is very sad because now, it is losing its original shape because they wanted more rooms, right? And the seepage, the water, the amount of water used now, earlier they were totally dry toilets, and now everyone, if we had a capacity of, let's say now 2,000 people are living there, around 2,000, and you get 2,000 more tourists at any given time. That's a lot for Jaisalmer or a 900-year-old fort. So, again, the same thing applies there. People have to realize there are hotels which have made just 2-3 rooms and, who are doing much better. They are charging much better. They're not charging 1,000, 2,000. They're charging 5,000, 7,000, earning more, spending less, because you have to keep less staff. So you have to learn, what to do, and why not make bigger rooms, or, just have 2-3 lovely rooms where a family can stay and have one bathroom. And, that's all people need. The times have changed. Earlier, it was more about get a small bus in. Now people want more experiential. The same thing is happening with some, Jaisalmer has, let's say, 3,000 rooms put together. Some is like a tented city, it has more than 3,000 tents in a 3-4 kilometer area. So you have one camp after the other camp after the other camp. Some camps have more than 150 tents in one camp. So that's exhausting, and and there's a lot of noise pollution, of course, because now they're playing DJs, as you said, which is very, very sad, because our folk musicians are probably the best in Rajasthan, or one of the best in India. We have so diverse, but the dancers and musicians, I would rate them one of the best. The folk actual gypsies, they can trace their lineage back to Jaisalmer, and so all over the world I'm talking about. So it's a very important part of culture, and they should retain that. And we have lovely music, you can dance on it, and everyone used to, but now times have changed. But how can it be saved? You can open the same thing, the government should open up areas, and there are hundreds and 100 kilometers of Thar Desert where people could take care, they could live in a small village with just 5, 7 hamlets or tents, and, people can enjoy the actual deserted feel. There's no desert feel there. It's like a mila. 10,000 people on a given day are there in some. So why not open more? You Google, desert in Jaisalmer, you only get some. Although Khuri is also a very beautiful part where we have a camp, and there are hardly 15 camps there, and it's extraordinarily different. It's like that. So because you need that feel, right? You need that openness, and you need that feel. Same thing applies to the music. When you do a music festival, see how Ref and your Sufi music festival. So they call and collaborate with the similar kind of artists, and our artists, especially coming from our place, you put them together with a band. Let's say you put them with a boy band, one of the top boy bands in the world, they can jam with them within 5 minutes. They have that kind of talent and the confidence. Young kids would start playing the same music what any Spice Girls are playing, or someone else is playing. They can just jam up with anyone in the world. So, and they're doing that fusion music with the Rajasthani music is doing wonders. You see the Kalbilias, they've gone all over the world. You see the, Ghazi Khan, you see, Anwar Khan, you see, all our artists, Salim Khan, Pepe Khan, Champe Khan, you see the artists, there's a never ending list of them who've gone and jammed with everyone in the world. So that is a good take. You do your own bit, and then you can create some fusion, with the drums and with something more modern as well. Maybe you could call dancers as well, but they can perform more, similar kind of stuff, not Bollywood, not Hollywood and not Bollywood. So it should be, if they want to create a music festival and, evolve as well, slightly, have a different take. I think fusion is a great thing. You should create more fusion with the similar, folk artists from all over the world, or all over India at least, so people can come and see when a desert festival happens. They should see call more folk artists from all over India. You have lovely drummers, you have lovely, people from Maharashtra. It's amazing what all the East, has amazing music. So I think that way people can change. And the government, like also she said, we need to do a lot more in the civic sense. I think panchayats, the sarpanches could be called and, have a session with them and then teach them and have special funds for this. Government is creating, Modi ji has done wonders. He's created so many toilets. It's a, very important factor in their lives, for women going out. It's a huge thing. But then there's no sanitation still, right? So you go to girls' school in villages, there's no one to clean the toilets, so they're not clean. So, that basic infrastructure needs to be in place. They need to have people who would clean and, have a appointed person for the, for even for the hospitals and schools in the village level, in the, district level, everywhere. You see sanitation is a huge issue. So, some governance also needs to be, stronger. It needs to be more robust about these things. And money needs to be put in as well. There has to be appointed person for that. And maybe electronics would help, IIT brains could help, where, you would have such toilets that don't need so much, water and cleaning. And they are, but they are still very expensive. So, maybe we could work on those things as well, dry toilets, dry stuff. So I think that's what would help. Thank you.
Thank you, Rahul sir. Just 3 points. Amitabh ji mentioned a very, very relevant and very important point. about Desert Festival, Thar Festival, and as Vikram Singh ji mentioned about the fusion. Sometimes fusion creates confusion. Fusion, to some extent, is okay, but it does create confusion. That is what exactly has happened. Now, let me tell you by my own example. I'm a local man. I'm from the family of musicians. My mother is a music teacher. I played dholak and I have 300 songs, folk songs I remember by heart. Okay. So when I was at school in a very small village in Badmir, Guda Malani, when I would sing, oh, local, ठीक है. But for about 30 years later, say from 65, in 79, when I joined the top service of the country, IAS, and when at the party of IAS, where senior IAS was there, someone was singing, and when I played dholak, oh, you are an artist. So in the village, it was a Magniyar, and in Mussoorie and Delhi, it became, oh, you are an artist. Same phenomena, branded differently. So it means we all stakeholders. And whom to be blamed? We are to be blamed. So when we were redesigning Desert Festival in 1985, I was collector of Jaisalmer at that time. We introduced all these events. And here I would like to acknowledge with gratitude the support of Government of India, Madam Bhupender ji. Every event was supported by Government of India with a specific direction, promotion of local arts, crafts and cuisine. And that's why we introduced all those, because by that time, Desert Festival became a very, very staid, placid, very unhappening kind of festival, routine, what you call Sarkari festival, government festival. But when I took out being a local man, I felt very strongly how this could be such a dormant affair. Desert Festival, relaunch it, remixed either with right ingredients. And what were the ingredients? Mr. Desert, Miss Desert, tug of war between foreign friends and our Indians, camel tattoo, camel polo. This is how we fused, but without confusion. There was a fusion, but no confusion. Each and every event was designed keeping in view the local talent in mind. Again, a second case study, as observed by Dada Amita, yoga. Friends, yoga has been part of our Indian heritage for the last 2,600 years, but we did not appreciate. Till our friends from US, Europe, and UK, they started adopting it and yoga. When they say yoga, we went gaga over yoga. So we readopted our own Ayurvedic practices of yoga and naturopathy when our friends from US, UK, Europe, and they adopted it. So in a way, they reinvented yoga, which was initially a yoga. So even yoga has to get his passport stamped by Europe, America friends, and UK to become indigenously acceptable. So let us, if you admit a mistake, then this is the first step towards correction. And that correction would be that we have to, in a way, reposition the social hierarchy, treat these artists with respect, highlight the local culture. And when the friends, tourists come, whether domestic or international, they should be exposed to local culture, maybe a dash of Bollywood, Hollywood, Tollywood, or Jollywood. Well, be there as a dash, as what you call item song, but not as a main theme. Just for a change of taste, you can keep some item of Bollywood just to make, because the locals then will complain. Oh, we have been listening to the artist for centuries. Something new. Okay, add some, what you call is our friend from Bengal, Arijit Singh. Okay, even Arijit Singh will come and maybe can sing some Rajasthani song with new flavor, Padharo Mare Des. That's the kind of contemporarization of ancient art forms that we can striking a balance, what you call balance, which is ecologically, economically, socially, politically, and culturally sustainable. Thank you.
This comes to a very interesting point. I was seeing, of course, the reply for all three are very extremely valuable, but the problems were genuine. There was no denial from anyone because it's a reality. Interestingly, two things come out for the throughout the discussion in the entire almost 1 hour, 20 minutes. There are many problems that we know which are existing. Now, what is the definition of entrepreneurship? If there is a problem, there is an opportunity to solve it, and that's called entrepreneurship. That means there is a fantastic scope of tourism entrepreneurship covering these problems. And this is actually a very good example of taking entrepreneurship as a social movement. Because this is the platform. Rajasthan has the best of tourism, but still has the best of possibility of establishing or spreading entrepreneurship. Just to give a reason why knowledge is very important. All this Desert Thar festival, when they bring Bollywood or when they showcase Bollywood, where they go wrong? World Music Festival, world music does not allow cover songs. All Bollywood, Hollywood songs are cover songs. The moment they put Bollywood, it is out of the World Music Festival list. And that's why it's very important to know things before we do anything in such things. That we might think that, putting Bollywood or Hollywood will be better, but actually it takes us out of the world festivals. So these are very important elements that entrepreneurs need to know, they need to be exposed to, and they need to come for that and attracting this. Second important part, there is a fantastic thing called OMEX, World Music Expo. OMEX is the world's largest global platform of music. OMEX, WOMEX. OMEX happens once in each of the European cities. Last one was in Lisbon. Next one will be in A Coruña, that's in Galicia in Spain. Around 3,000 delegates, including musicians, music agents, everybody comes. And there, one of the highlight is music tourism gets promoted. Rajasthan, I take all responsibility to say it possesses one of the unbelievable asset, a village called Barnawa Jagir, which has 250 plus musicians. It has the highest potential of becoming a music tourism giant of the world. But unless Thar festival promotes world music, it is never coming to that field. That's where the planners, the policymakers need to know this, and entrepreneurship, responsible entrepreneurship, actually can use such platforms as well as educate them, do the advocacy. And that's why it's not only profit for self, it is actually for the overall improvement of tourism. This is the need of the hour. And that's why we have kept tourism for social innovation in this part of the conference, where we thought this is very important, that let's hear the problem and we have to solve it. But every solution will not expected to come from government. It is expected to come from entrepreneurship. Would you agree that? We have a lot of responsibility, because it's a scope for all of us that we can actually provide that entrepreneurship. We can engage citizens into entrepreneurship, and then only it can be a success. Co-panelists, would you agree to that? So in this, before I ask them for the last comment, yesterday night when I came, I had the opportunity of listening to a young student. She wrote a beautiful poetry after speaking to the tourist guides. So I told her, you remain here. It's her poem. I want her to just say it. Katayan, please come.
Good evening, all the panelists and Professor Bhattacharya. Thank you so much. So I went and we went on a field trip and we interacted with a tourist guide named Mr. Deepak ji, and we went to the Blue City. And while talking to him, we found him very interesting and we got to know a tourist guide's perspective towards his fellow countrymen and also his own city. So it is in Hindi, and so I'd like to present it. दूर मकां से भागे दौड़े पौ फटते ही जाता हूं, दूर मकां से भागे दौड़े पौ फटते ही जाता हूं, पथरीली राहों से होके गरगज पे चढ़ जाता हूं। मेरे जैसे बाट जो रहे सैकड़ों हैं कतारों में, जो कोई आए साथ हमारे शहर उसे दिखलाता हूं। पहन गले में हरा बिल्ला, पहन गले में हरा बिल्ला मैं, ले साथ विदेशी जाता हूं। ये दुर्ग नहीं है कोई स्मारक, ये दुर्ग नहीं है कोई स्मारक, बचपन इस पर बीता है। सुन दादा से गूढ़ कथाएं, इसकी ईंट ईंट का ज्ञाता हूं। इतिहास के पन्नों से दैनिक मैं गीत नया सुनाता हूं। ये सब कहने सुन लेने से क्या मैं पढ़ा लिखा बन जाता हूं? देखो मेरी तरह ना होना, ठौर न कोई ठिकाना है, अपनों के लिए महज ये गाइड घर खर्च कहां से पाता है। फ्रेंच मैंडरिन मैंने सीखी, जर्मन भी बोल पाता हूं। अरे 5 जबान आ जाने से क्या कहीं पढ़ा लिखा बन जाता हूं? कुछ महीनों की फुलवारी, अकाल वही फिर आना है। तपते रेगिस्तान में महीनों पर्यटक न आना है। ढूंढ सहारा और कहीं, हर गाइड समय का मारा है। बोलो कहानियों से कहीं क्या होता जीवन का गुजारा है। खंडहरों की कथा पुरानी, कुछ और नया न आता है। वर्षों की मेहनत हो तो क्या, 1000 रुपए भैया बहुत ज्यादा है। मिल जाएंगे तुमको भी 100 रुपयों के दाम वाले। खैर क्यों कुछ बुरा कहूं मैं, वो भी तो अपना पेट पाले। शहरों शहरों रेकी कर चुनकर किस्से मैं लाता हूं। इतना सब कर लेने से भी क्या मैं पढ़ा लिखा बन जाता हूं? कह देता हूं बस इतना, शान से फिर भी हम जी लेंगे। हर जर्जर ढेर को हम शब्दों से जीवन दे देंगे। अगर तुम मोल न जानो ज्ञान का, मन में बैर न कोई पालेंगे। अतिथि देवो भवः कहकर फिर किला कूच कर जाएंगे, फिर किला कूच कर जाएंगे। धन्यवाद।
Thank you, Captain. I'm sure somebody will translate that to Jonathan and Mariam. I'm sure. We didn't get the time to interact with the audience, and we are almost 5 minutes just to reach 6 o'clock. Is there anyone who wants to ask any question? Nahi hai. So then, my thing to you, one last comment that you want to mention.
So I think a takeaway from the session before ours and our own session, I would say that what Bangla Natak is doing and what we need to do in India is to have trainings. And when I say trainings, not the kinds in classroom, but incubation camps, workshops, live with the people, with the communities is what is the need of the hour. And that shall take care of all the elements I think that we are talking about. And that's what's going to drive tourism, that's going to drive social innovation, and it's going to bring the best practices where we can look at sustainable, resilient, as well as inclusive solutions and opportunities for India. Yeah.
I think, first of all, to come and talk about all this in IIT has been a great honor, but IITians are thinking about all this and reading poetry now. That's again, otherwise it was, I think, 24 hours studying. So that's a great thing that India is moving ahead, otherwise it was all copybook stuff. And now I think that's the biggest, I would say, okay, whatever we need to do, what you are doing as well, it has to go from top to bottom, to classrooms in the, junior schools, to, high school, to, IIT, IIM, everywhere you need to have these interactive sessions, and especially with folk art, culture, entrepreneurship, and, social management. All this has to be, started or maybe talked about a lot more, because opportunities are there. Now people are hiring IITians for winning elections, how to manage their elections. So you can imagine where India is going. So, but what we are trying to do, I think that knowledge has to spread to the grassroots and to the villages. That is very important. And girls have to be included. Women have to be included. That's most important. In our sphere of work, I think women hold more stake, even in heritage hotels. Because we go out work, they hold the fort, they hold the everything at home, even the houses. So I think that would do wonders once it trickles down to the bottom. Thank you.
Thank you, Amitabh. So there are exactly 39 members of honorable audience. I bow before all of you, 39 members of a very learned audience. Article 39 of Indian Constitution says the basic human rights. And basic what your basic human rights. And we are all here to ensure that last person in the last row, who's an artist, craft person, gets the due. So 3 quick suggestions that now that you have MOU with IIT Jodhpur, kindly think of planning, and I have action points for that. Government will support, they have a 100 crore budget declared by Honorable Chief Minister for Artist Welfare Fund. 100 crores declared by Honorable Chief Minister Gehlot Saab. And we have to ensure that these 100 crores are leveraged for the right social security of artists, because during COVID, most of our artists were friends hand to mouth. I got calls from artists, sir, we are dying of starvation, please organize something. And I used to call collectors, please send some wheat, some vegetables, something. Crisis period. So immediately my request would be action point 3, action number 1, music labs for folk artists, craft labs, again for craft persons, professor of practice, Kalunathji, Anwar Khan, Ghazi Khan, all these could be appointed by our IITs, professor of practice, which has been duly approved by University Grants Commission. So these professor of practice then will be directly agents of change. And they would not only be agent of change, they will also perpetuate their art and craft to the next generation. That is our role. And fellowship and scholarship and the support, institutional support to the grassroots institutions of langas, manganyars, and artisans and craft persons. These are the 4 bullet action points. And I'm sure with the kind of intellectual collaboration of Bangla Natak, contact base, IIT, Mehrangarh Museum Trust, and since I happen to be advisor of Honorable Maharajas of Jodhpur, tomorrow I'm meeting him, I would brief him that Mehrangarh Museum Trust should also chip in, and we have a very, very imaginative and creative director, Professor Shantanu Chaudhary Saab. I have worked with him for the last 3-4 years. When I was Vice Chancellor of Skill University, we worked together with Professor Shantanu Chaudhary. With his kinds of initiative, we were even having special chair dedicated to arts and culture at IIT Jodhpur. First time in the country. So that kind of chair was going to be supported by Mehrangarh Museum Trust. So I would, tomorrow when I meet His Highness Gastingji, I would request him. So this is our time that let us act fast, and we can really ensure that this our intangible cultural heritage is translated into innovative social entrepreneurship at the grassroots level for the largest good of our creative people at the grassroots level. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Pawar. Here with by request, my point of concern, which I must share here, that most of the time any such fund for the welfare happens to be an expense. It is high time that these funds are used as an investment, because this is otherwise will be another just a spent amount. Because this is a very important that if this is really the fund needs to be felt on the welfare of such, in that case, rather than divided by 2 million and giving 500 or 1,000 rupees, it is important that this part of his fund used to develop entrepreneurship amongst the citizens in these areas, because then that will actually help them for the future, because otherwise it will not be useful that we are desiring. Barnawa Jagir, I said potential is fantastic. As an entrepreneur, first you should see the potential. Second, if we are not there, there is no one who is going to do that tourism. Why? Because the community do not have the knowledge or the confidence to do it. But that's where we should come in to help them to bring in. A reality on the tour operators, out of 114 tour operators, tour guides that we took to the villages as part of the FAM tour, 113 said they never went to any village. That's the reality we all live in. So the tour guides of the cities do not see the villages. They expect the tourists to tell them where I want to go, rather than they lack innovation and innovative steps. They do not do the homework. The same thing they will be happy to say, this was Aurangzeb's place, and this was this, and this was this. The fourth important point, this comes to the point, it is important to use the digital media to have app that what are the possibilities of, if you are in Jodhpur, what are the areas that you can visit within 1 hour, within 1 day, whatever, and leave it to tourists. Then tourists will tell the guide where to do that. My last submission is that, there are excellent digital app, websites, as well as that QR codes available to spread this, done by UNESCO and Rajasthan state government tourism. My request will be, please use them as much as you can. You will know about it, because after all, any tourism will need information, and which will create the demand, and then supply of tour guides will come, and then the infrastructure also will get developed. I think that's the ecosystem which will be important, and all the stakeholders, need not be only government, but so many, all of us have a very important role to play in that. Thank you very much, all the speakers.
It was indeed a very poetic session. And with this, we come to the end of this day of the conference. The app that Mr. Bhattacharya was referring to as part developed by UNESCO and Government of Tourism, Department of Tourism, Government of Rajasthan is called Safar Desert. It's available in the Play Store, and the app actually enlists different artists from different villages and their creative offerings, as well as the tourist guides that are operative in Western Rajasthan. And the interesting part is it includes an entire gamut. Just as the session expanded on, tourism is not an isolated or a single phenomena. And we, through the discussion, actually pondered on the fact that how tourism can be a vehicle to address economic, social, and environmental changes, the 3 pillars of the SDGs. So now I would like to invite upon stage Dr. Sankalp Pratap to felicitate the speakers on stage. Please, Professor Shurajit Ghosh also, I would like to call upon stage. Please, sir. So we thank the esteemed dignitaries. Tomorrow, we will be again starting at 10 o'clock in the morning. We have 3 sessions for tomorrow, starting with technology and social mission, then public policy, and the final session being citizens research and entrepreneurship, which happens to be the theoretical narrative of this entire conference. Tomorrow's session will be concluded by a plenary session and presented by presenting reports by the rapporteurs. And the third day of the conference will be perhaps the most interesting part, where whatever we are discussing right now, we will be having an opportunity to see it in practicality. We'll be going for field visit to Salavas, the village of the Dari makers, and Barnava Jagir, the music village of the Langa musicians. So with this, we end today's conference, and we immensely thank the audience for their very interactive presence and participation. Thank you all.
पूरा फेंक दो जाके
Yeah, yeah.
6:45 we leave for break.